All of these trashy remakes, is there a single gem? They did it right already. Can't hold a candle to them. Hey, Wolfpack, we're back. That's right, it's Tuesday tier list time, and tonight's tier list is on horror remakes. We are doing horror remakes, at least all the big named ones that the horror community and I know and love, and some we fear and live in infamy from. Hi, Freddy and Rob Zombie Halloween. Yeah, I really wanted to do this. I was originally going to do a top 10 video. I wanted to do my top 10 best horror remakes and my top 10 worst horror remakes. I really thought about it, but I just don't think people are going to care. I don't think people are going to watch it if I did an official top 10 video on the main channel. I didn't think anybody would care. I didn't want to put in so much time and effort on something that barely anyone would watch. So I decided, hey, why not hit two birds with one stone? Talk about all the remakes, both the best and the worst, on one whole special surprise streaming vid. It's Wolfin time. Hey, Emily, glad you're here. Hey there, Cat. Oh boy, horror remakes. This is gonna be interesting. Yes, it is. We have some good ones. We have The Thing, The Fly, The Hills Have Eyes, but we also have some bad ones. Hi, Jackie Earl Haley's Freddy and Rob Zombie's Halloween. Got an equal amount of good treats and some crap, some real awful trash on here too, because horror remakes get a really bad rap because many of them do suck. There are some good ones, as you can see, some masterpieces have made it on here, but you also may know and fear some of the infamous titles here too. This should be fun. Hey, Jon Snow, you made it. Hey, Emily, glad you're here. Yeah, I really wanted to talk about horror remakes. There are so many good horror movies out there, and some of them actually are remakes or reboots. Yeah, remakes, reboots, reimagining, call them whatever. It's a copy of the original for a whole new generation, slash some old fans also get into them. Like, I do like the Platinum Dunes Friday the 13th, and we all know The Thing outclassed the original. However, we also have some bad ones on here. We got a lot of big name titles. We got ones that I'm familiar with, so I can at least talk about them, and some the horror community should know. Now, yes, there might be one or two missing on here of some obscure movies, but I got the ones that I got a tier list that had the most well-known horror remakes, and most importantly, titles I at least know, so I can talk about them. Really wanted to do a top 10 best horror remakes, but I didn't think anyone would care, so I'll just cut out the middleman and do it all on streaming. Talk about all my best horror remakes and all my worst ones. I didn't want to make a worst one because, well, you see those all the time on YouTube. What would I do that's really different? We all know Rip-Off Freddy sucks. We all know Gus Van Sant's Psycho is one of the worst horror movies ever. So yeah, I decided to just get it out of the way. So if you're new here, this is how our tier list works. We're going to be ranking from the best to the worst. We do have a never seen option on here. These are movies I've never seen, never saw, don't remember, never even heard of. Basically, the ones I do not have any familiarity with, and we will definitely be seeing some on this entry. Up top, we have the best, the S tier, the triple S tier, the underrated masterpieces, the movies that outdid the original, and considering John Carpenter's The Thing is on this list, you will be seeing some surprisingly up here. Those will be fun ones to talk about. Next, we have a worthy reimagining. These are definitely good ones. They did a fun job. They were fun movies in their own rights. They were definitely worthy of the old movie's legacy, its greatness. It didn't ruin it, it doesn't outclass it, it might not be better than the original, but it is something that does hold value. Next we have actually good. These are ones that are actually good. They weren't as bad as everyone said, they were alright, I would say okay movies, definitely decent, definitely dumb fun to be had, just not top tier material. Then we have not that bad. These were meh, mediocre. They were alright, had some dumbass moments, had some bad moments, but did have some good to them. Then it's bad. These are weak. These are the lame ducks. These are the forgettable trash. The remakes that didn't need to happen, basically. And bottom tier, this is the worst entry, Garbage Day. Yeah, big shock. These are the tiers, the F tiers, the failures, the awful of the worst of the worst, all the bad horror remakes you know and fear. And we will be seeing a lot down here too. Alright, Jon Snow made it. Alright, so, yeah, you get the idea. Got a lot of horror remakes here, so you're all probably wondering what is gonna be on what, and probably predicting what's gonna be on bad and good. So let's start this tier list with, who else? The man of our dreams, Freddy Krueger. Jackie Earle Haley's Freddy, who's, surprise, surprise, going on Garbage Day. Oh boy. Can I really say anything you haven't heard before? It's bad. Jackie Earle Haley's Freddy Krueger is bad. This is not only one of the worst remakes ever, but one of the biggest bastardizations of a horror icon we all know and love. Jackie Earle Haley could have been a good Freddy Krueger, but he was in a garbage movie. It's bad. It's lazy. It's a cash grab. There's god-awful CGI, lame scares, lame effects, super jump scare heavy. The main characters are all idiots. The mystery is terrible, and it completely ruins Freddy Krueger. Not gonna lie, it really did. Sorry, just checking my comments. I do have my 500 water here to stay refreshed, and I am talking to some people who do show up on stream. Decided to do it a bit later so more people would show up and wanted to test the new waters, whatever. Yeah, you all know this. Jackie Earle Haley, Freddy Krueger is awful. It is awful. Well, for starters, this was the movie so bad, it almost made Rooney Mara quit acting. That really speaks volumes of how bad it is. There are some people who don't find it as bad and say, well, Jackie Earle Haley was underrated as Freddy. Look, he could have been good as Freddy, but he wasn't, okay? This movie's not really scary. It is a lot of shock value. It indulges on the pedophile Freddy angle way too long, to the point where it's not fun. And I think that's why it sucks. It's not fun. It's talking about Freddy Krueger being a rapist, child molester a lot, and nobody watches Freddy movies to experience the gross factor, if you know what I mean. Number 2, it's also painfully obvious that Freddy Krueger is guilty as sin. Yeah, put it right where it belongs, in the trash. I agree, Emily, it is bad. Definitely the bottom of the barrel in the Elm Street movies. Well, aside from Final Nightmare. Yeah, Freddy's dead. That one's also bad, but it wins by a single point because we all love Robert Englund as Freddy. This Freddy, they try to do their own thing, only to copy Robert Englund. It's like, Jackie Earle Haley is not a good Freddy because he doesn't look good. They tried to make him look like a realistic burn victim, which doesn't work because he's a supernatural boogeyman in a magic dream world. But whatever. And he pretty much copies a lot of Robert Englund's one-liners. He's trying to do one-liners, quotes, these funny Marvel jabs, his villain lines, and they don't work because they're terrible versions of Robert Englund's lines. Like, I swear, Robert Englund said half these lines in his movies, including the sequels, and Haley does not deliver. Haley's trying way too hard to be creepy, but it doesn't work because their Freddy doesn't look good, and they don't really make him that terrifying. He's more jump scare heavy, and when you do see him, Freddy looks like an alien. He looks like one of the Crystal Skull aliens. It is very wonky makeup and effects. Look, the whole pedo Freddy thing, let's just say there's a reason it was left on the cutting room floor. It didn't add orange hands in any way. In fact, I would say it attracted. I think your speaking stuff is malfunctioning, Emily. Yeah, this one, it's bad. I went over this on when I was ranking the slasher icons. It is terrible, and pretty much it's trying to fake you out into believing that Freddy was an innocent victim this whole time and he's killing for revenge, but nope, surprise, he was guilty. He was a total pedo, and he did have his secret sex dungeon where he was violating kids, and all the kids, apparently he's been getting away with molesting the entire school for like years, and all the kids suppressed the memories, and yeah, awful writing while you're at it, outside of being gross and uncomfortable. It's also terribly written and very contrived BS writing. And yeah, the big twist is Freddy was innocent and he's killing because they snitched on him. which we all pretty much predicted because there was no way in hell they were going to make Freddy a tragic villain. Honestly, I wish they kind of did go with the tragic villain angle because while it would have been weird, it was at least something new and something interesting, but nope, it is just a blatant cash grab regurgitating all the good stuff we know from Freddy and failing to understand why Freddy was a horror icon. It is cheap shock value, cheap cash grab, cheap effects. The CGI has gotten worse over time, which is why I fight with people that it hasn't aged better because the wall Freddy looks terrible and half of his effects do not look good. Especially the makeup, even the practical effects do not look good in this movie. Freddy's kills look hilariously bad. It is lame. It is garbage. Okay, detracted. Sorry. Okay, I would say it detracted. Yeah, okay. Another thing I despise is that some of the other actors, especially the characters playing Nancy, she's friggin' terrible, dull as hell. Heather Langenkamp, she's not. Yeah, the acting is also pretty bad. Most of it is wooden. Katie Cassidy is the only one who tries. Everyone else is either over the top or a block of wood, and it does not work. The kids do not feel like realistic people at all, even for whatever generation this was made for. The acting is dull and wooden to over the top and hammy. Clancy Brown is in this, and even he couldn't save it. Yeah, this one was just a bad dream. So let's talk about a good one. Ooh, let's do our first the best, Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead. And yep, it's going on the best. Yes, Zack Snyder actually made a movie that didn't suck. His remake of Dawn of the Dead, and this one is kick-ass. Dawn of the Dead is so cool. It is wicked. It is gnarly. The zombies are cool. The action's badass. The characters are actually realistic and believable, at least. It is over-the-top fun. There's naked hot chicks and naked hot chicks becoming zombies. So much fun. Dawn of the Dead is actually one of Zack Snyder's best movies precisely because the plot is simple, so it doesn't feel like edgelord crap like his garbage DC movies. And two, it is a lot of dumb action, explosions, and zombie violence, blood and gore, and Zack Snyder has always succeeded in those elements. Zack Snyder and James Gunn actually worked together on this movie in their early period, and yeah, it is pretty good. It is one of the best remakes ever. This almost made my top 10 best remakes ever. Oh yeah, Dawn of the Dead remake was awesome. Good taste, Shadowlink. Yeah, if you don't know, Dawn of the Dead, basically zombies on the rise, but this one is done in a more modern time period. There's like modern phones, the news is actually reporting on zombies, big outbreak, you know the drill. Zombies are attacking a mall, it's sealed off, and a bunch of safe zone survivors are trying to survive while it's dealing with drama behind the scenes. This was a movie that did inspire The Walking Dead, along with the original Night of the Living Dead, but this one is pretty wicked, not gonna lie. A lot of kick-ass action. The zombies are savage in this movie. We actually see Walking Dead level violence. We see the Horde eating people. We see mercy kills having to be done. This is the first movie that actually touched on pregnant zombies. Like, the pregnant lady has a baby that died inside her and was born a zombie. Some guy goes crazy because he wants to keep his family, and yeah, they're basically zombies now, and he tries to keep them, but he's clearly psychotic. Really awesome. They're trying to escape the mall, basically, and get to a boat. They believe if they'll get out to sea, they'll be safe. That classic zombie survival rule number 101. Yeah, pretty fun movie, not gonna lie. Sorry, just checking the comments. Was not expecting a stream at this time. Yeah, this one was kind of a surprise. I was originally going to do a video on my horror remakes, but didn't think anyone would care, so I just decided to do it all in a stream. By The Walking Dead, do you mean the show or comics? The comics began in 2003. I do mean the show. The show clearly took inspiration of this, where Rick Grimes meets the survivors at the mall. They're on the rooftop. That was the kind of Dawn of the Dead influence that hit the Walking Dead TV show. The remake of Child's Play, Friday the 13th, and Hellraiser and Halloween should all be in garbage, along with the Nightmare remake, because those tarnish the good names of the classics. Well, Jackie Earle Haley Freddy's remake is already on here in Garbage Day. Dawn of the Dead really kick ass. Honestly, this would make my top 10 best horror remakes, where I was gonna put it at number 10, just to get you guys hyped up. It's like an awesome movie. Yeah, sorry, I'm really tongue-tied, but yeah, I just really like it. It is fun. It is a cool shoot 'em up movie. Really badass masculinity, lots of hot chicks, a lot of kick-ass zombie action, tons of blood and gore. It is a very bloody movie too. If you're squeamish, there are a lot of zombies eating and swarming people, that's the word. They were swarming them, eating them Walking Dead style. Mercy kills that need to be done. The main character, like, I think one of the love interests doesn't make it. They make it to the boat, but the guy is bitten, so he ops behind, shoots himself while he lets his girlfriend and the remaining survivors go. The douchey guard actually gets a really nice redemption. I think CJ was his name. Yeah, the douchey guard who goes out in a blaze of glory, bombing the zombies, chasing them. He stays behind and blows them up while his friends escape on the boat. Also, is it on here? Yes, it is on here. But yeah, Dawn of the Dead, our first best option. It is very underrated. I strongly recommend it for all you zombie fans, and actually it is solid proof that Zack Snyder can direct good movies. Alright, so what to do next? We got quite a few on here. I guess we should go with, let's talk about Rob Zombie's Halloween. Wolf and I went over this movie, and yep, it is still bad. Rob Zombie's Halloween, the prequel origin showing how Michael Myers became the boogeyman. For the first 20 minutes, then we throw that away to basically remake the first movie, but made everything terrible. Yeah, all this time later, I still think Rob Zombie's Halloween is garbage. It is garbage. It sucks. It's unpleasant, nihilistic, and very obnoxious. You do not like any of the characters. Basically, every character in this is an asshole who you don't like and root for Michael Myers to basically kill. Michael is turned into an anti-hero. We spend so much time focusing on how tragic and innocent Michael is before becoming corrupted that it makes him feel like he's supposed to be the hero of the movie because he's doing the world a mercy by killing all these unlikable idiots and jerks. It remake should also be on garbage, as the only true Pennywise is Tim Curry. We'll see where that lands. Sigh. Both of those Halloween movies were a mistake. I agree, they're still bad. I know it will probably be high because many, including me, agree that it's one of the better than the miniseries. It is better than the miniseries, however, It Chapter 2 is also on here, and I got some words about that. Also, if you think about it, The Walking Dead actually started going downhill in Season 2 with the behind-the-scenes stuff and all. It did kind of stay afloat for a while after Season 2. Yes, it is on here, both It 1 and It Chapter 2. It remake, okay, read that. Once again, going right where it belongs, in the trash. Best thing to come out of the Rob Zombie films was a funny love hurts meme between me and my buddies. Yeah, that was classic. I don't think Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 made it on here because, well, it's not exactly a remake either, because it kind of abandoned the original Halloween 2. Rob Zombie should probably stick with the music. Yeah, he is not a good horror director, and this was pretty much the first evidence of that. I do think The Devil's Rejects, the Free Bird montage, was pretty good, but one good scene from Rob Zombie's entire film career was not enough to justify this. It's bad. It's basically the first movie. We do see a prequel origin, and honestly, it's not very interesting. It's very generic. Michael Myers was abused, he was bullied, he was treated as a freak, he killed small animals for fun, he had an asshole dad, he had a neglectful mom, and eventually he just decided to snap and kill everyone because we live in a society, and it oddly tries to make you sympathize with Michael Myers, and I think it is the worst part of this movie because it does the one thing it shouldn't do. It makes you feel sympathy for Michael Myers, aka the living embodiment of evil. Michael Myers is supposed to be an evil monster, so a kid who gave into his dark side, who kills like a sociopath and feels nothing for the lives he ruins. That's what makes him scary. Here, pretty much the role is forced onto Michael, and it's society turned him into the villain, and it makes you very confused on how you're supposed to look at Michael. It's like, okay, is he supposed to be an innocent, tragic soul who didn't want to be the villain? Or is he now fully a monster, now just doing awful things like the awful people around him? Not very clear. I didn't mind Halloween 2007. Well, Jon Snow, you only liked it because there's nudity. Yeah, Rob Zombie should really stick to music. I talked about this like at length with Wolf, but yeah, it's pretty bad. The only redeemable element to me is Malcolm McDowell as Dr. Loomis. I thought that was brilliant casting, and it did give me false hope that the movie was going to be good, but no, Halloween 2 kind of ruined that. In this movie, I don't think they really did enough with McDowell's Dr. Loomis. He was a unique idea to replace Donald Pleasance, but Rob Zombie's writing did not back him up, and that just made it worse. Tyler Mane is easily the worst Michael Myers we've ever had, because he looks like an 8-foot buff giant when Michael Myers is supposed to be this normal guy behind a scary Halloween costume. And yeah, Laurie sucks, her friends suck, the kills in this are really gross. There's a lot of grindhouse kind of gross out approach to horror, and it really doesn't fit because Halloween is supposed to be a serial killer roaming our normal suburbs and our normal lives, but Rob Zombie made every character unlikable and half the characters are rednecks who look like him for some reason. It's bad. It's bad. It is still garbage. I have not changed my mind or my stance on this movie. I think it is one of the worst remakes ever, and yes, it is below Jackie Earle Haley's Freddy. This is a Halloween nightmare that tricked you rather than treated you. Sorry, I think I know the words. I mean, yeah, I know, Jon Snow, you like yourself some hot chicks. Need some water. But yeah, how about we talk about a good movie with hot chicks? Piranha 3D. Which is, if my mouse will move, going all the way up to the best. And yes, I'm putting it above Dawn of the Dead. Piranha 3D, awesome. Plenty of sexy ladies, deadly creature feature violence, and a really kick-ass summertime nightmare. Piranha 3D, basic creature feature. A bunch of teenagers are like partying at this big spring break town. There's going to be a big fancy event, a huge affair. Everyone's coming for the summer, having splash time in the water. However, an earthquake happens, accidentally unlocking and reviving a chamber of prehistoric piranha. The piranha are released from an earthquake where they kill Hooper from Jaws and go on a rampage across the local town lake. And it is kick-ass, really underrated, love Piranha 3D. Yes, I love this movie, I agree, Jon Snow. Piranha 3D, hugely underrated. Basically, they're trying to find out what these piranha are and then trying to get people out of the water, but of course nobody believes them and the piranha go on psychotic rampages where we get awesome CGI and 3D of jump scares where the piranha tear apart this entire small kind of mountain town area, destroying people and causing a rampage at the party where the characters have to basically survive the piranha and get out of the water. Of course, the main character's kid sister and kid brother are out on the lake alone, where the piranha are stirring up trouble, and there's plenty of sexy action. A lot of hot ladies going skinny dipping, only to meet their brutal end at the piranha's teeth. Nice to have a 3D movie that's actually fun in 3D, since, well, not a lot of 3D movies work out well. I agree, Shadowlink. One of the rare good 3D movies, the piranha jumping out at you is still very creepy. The piranha are very nicely detailed. This one completely blows the original out of the water, and I actually do like the original. If you don't know, the first Piranha movie was an old school B movie. It was basically a Jaws ripoff, but set in a forest and with these weird claymation piranha. It's dumb fun, but it's easily outclassed by Piranha 3D because we get much better effects, much sweeter kills, and a lot of sexy time. And definitely a high point of the movie. It is a throwback to old school schlocky B movies like the original Piranha was. And that's what makes it fun. This movie's dumb fun. The piranhas are very creepy monsters too. We do see a lot of bloody swarming action, The piranhas look borderline demonic in this. They have creepy red eyes. Oh, Christopher Lloyd is in this movie, our friendly neighborhood grandpire. He plays a scientist studying the piranha and gives us our plot exposition. Yeah, I think it's really fun. Not to mention a lot of hot scenes, a lot of loving sex scenes. The main character is basically on this porno shoot that's shooting like a underwater porno around their area, using their nice lake for a great set. He volunteers to work on the porno where, what's his name? I think, Jerry O'Connell, that's it. Like, Jerry O'Connell plays this funny, sleazy porn producer, and O'Connor's pretty funny. He's really entertaining. He's over the top. He gets his comeuppance where the piranhas, like, eat his penis, and they eat half his body. It's very gnarly. The piranha action is really sick. Really love the kills. Yeah, a lot of hot scenes, but an equal amount of kick-ass creature feature action. The piranha are vicious monsters. This actually did make it very high up on my top 10 best horror remakes. I was gonna surprise you, I was gonna make number 3 because haha 3D pun. And yeah, I really like it. Oh, and yeah, Jon Snow, a lot of hot, sexy scenes. I recommend getting the unrated cut if you want to see all the best action. Before the piranha, get all the more gruesome cutscenes. But yeah, kick-ass movie. It is fun in the sun. Piranha 3D, one of the best horror remakes ever, and I'm putting it on the best. It's a real whale of a tale. Alright, so let's get another bad one out of the way. Oh no, Black Christmas 2019. Oh, yeah, this is the modern Black Christmas one, the 2019 one. The one that's not really about Billy, but a bunch of feminazi bitches going on garbage day. Yeah, it's bad. It is bad. This is a horror remake that has absolutely nothing to do with the original Black Christmas, other than it's about a sorority house. I don't even remember if it takes place on Christmas. Black Christmas 2019, another terrible female-led movie where it's supposed to be about strong, independent women defeating the patriarchy, and has nothing to do with Billy and his murder spree. Billy's not even the main villain in this movie. It's a sexist cult of men who were brainwashed by this ghost statue into killing and sacrificing women. Yeah, it's stupid. It's stupid. It is garbage. It is a lump of coal in the stocking. This is one of the worst horror remakes ever. I think it is a million times worse than the 2006 Black Christmas, because this one didn't make me wish everyone would die. All the women in this movie are awful. They are obnoxious, they're narcissists, they're unlikable cows. I swear, they actually stop in the middle of a murder spree because one of the girls is going on this spiel about toxic masculinity and saying her boyfriend telling them to run away is sexist, while there's a psycho serial killer in the house looking for women to kill. Boo, yeah, I agree. Didn't bother with this one. I'll stick with the original Black Christmas. Good choice, Shadowlink. Very good choice. It is bad. It's another female-led power trip fantasy, and honestly, a lot more sexist towards men because all the men in this are idiots, sexist, misogynists, or the villains. And the only good male in this, I swear, is a guy who looks like Bill Cosby. Which, make of that what you will, ladies. It is bad, and worst of all, for a movie that's trying to change the genre and be something unique for women horror fans, it strangely indulges in thousands of horror cliches you've seen for the past 40 years. There's lazy jump scares, there's blatant fake outs, there's characters doing stupid decisions in horror movies, and there's out-of-nowhere twists that make no sense. The killer is easily the most obvious guy in the movie. Surprise, all the men are evil, and apparently they were brainwashed by this statue of the sexist founder of the college who made this regime where women have to be sacrificed to him. And stupid. It is stupid. And there's the cringy climax where all the women come together, I swear to you all, with bows and arrows and gym equipment, like spears and all that, and they fight the men and they say, "Suck my clit," and the girl power moment where they fight and kill the cultists. It doesn't even feel like a horror movie by that point. Yeah, Black Christmas 2019, awful. It is awful because it has absolutely nothing to do with the real original Black Christmas, other than it's about women at a sorority and sexism. Even though the sexist themes of the original were subtle and nuanced, this wasn't. It was in your face, it was toxic messaging for women, and it is bad. It is a lame horror movie. This movie can suck my clit. Alright, let's talk about something positive. Ooh, I know, let's talk about Jason, Friday the 13th, the 2009, and after all these years, I actually grown to like this one. This one, surprise, going on the best. Yeah, I'll put it under Piranha 3D. Yeah, the reboot of Jason Voorhees' Friday the 13th is awesome. I actually like it. I am in the camp that defends this movie. I think it is pure dumb fun. Friday the 13th was never high art, but this is the first Platinum Dunes remake which actually understood the assignment, as Emily would put it. It understood what made a good Jason movie, and yeah, I think it's pretty fun. So Derek Mears plays Jason, and he's pretty cool. His Jason is actually pretty unique. This Jason is a lot more swift, runs after his victims, more savage, more like a primal hunter. Jason has a lot more personality to call his own. Yeah, I know he's no Kane Hodder, but who is? Derek Mears is pretty underrated as Jason, and I find him very creepy. Really loved Caitlin Snow, Killer Frost, is in this movie, and one of the Winchester brothers plays the final boy. He's really cool also. Love the characters. Trent, the idiot bully, actually gets a satisfying death scene, so it made tolerating him a bit better and easier to swallow. Yeah, the kills in this movie, pretty savage, not gonna lie. This Jason is very visceral. Some of them are a bit basic. Jason's back to stabbing people, gutting them with a machete. One of my favorite kills is definitely Trent's, where he's running on the road and he's picked up by some trucker guy, but he thinks it might be Jason because we don't know if this Jason might be able to drive. He sees, nope, it's some old guy, and Jason snuck up behind him and assassinates him, then impales him on the crane. Pretty wicked kill as he's dragged off. I definitely agree that this was a fun little remake. I do like this version of Friday the 13th quite a bit. Yeah, so I'll be clear, this one is not going to dethrone any of the better Jason movies. Jason Lives, the final chapter, and heck, even part 2, I would say, are miles better than this, but this one honestly didn't feel that, it wasn't that bad. I thought it was pretty great, actually. I thought it was one of the good Friday the 13th movies. It did make my S tier, if you remember that tier list. Pretty underrated. I still wish Killer Frost actually survived. I thought she was gonna live because she was the much more likable final girl than Winchester's sister, who he is trying to save. Caitlin Snow is trying to help the Winchester siblings escape, only she gets assassinated in the back by Jason and thrown aside, and we're led to believe she's dead. There's fans who do think she might have survived. I hope she did, because I actually liked her. Really wish that she and Winchester hooked up, because they were much more likable. But yeah, Jason, pretty cool. A lot of throwbacks to the OG Friday the 13th saga. It kind of remakes parts 1, 2, and 3. Basically, we see Mrs. Voorhees get killed in the beginning. We follow Jason. This is kind of Jason Voorhees year 1. He's not the established killer we all know and fear yet. The town of Crystal Lake treats him like a myth still. Jason's still a legend that's out there. There's like this old lady who warns Winchester that she's afraid that if people go to Crystal Lake, nobody comes back. There's a monster out there. They don't know it's Jason Voorhees. Jason gets his hockey mask in this movie too. We see he has the infamous sack head for the first half hour. Then he kills some douchey farmer and steals the hockey mask from his junk pile and becomes the iconic Jason. Really swift kills too. My friend Jon Snow will kill me if I don't bring this up. Also, a lot of hot girls. A lot of raunchy, juicy sex scenes. A lot of the hottest girls of Friday the 13th in this movie. Really A+ sex scenes, a lot of hot girls. Juliana Gull has stupendous boobs. Really love that scene. Very fun, kick-ass summer. Basically, teens are going to the mountain to party, and Jason crashes the party, killing them all off one by one. Winchester actually has an interesting character arc where he's trying to save his sister, exploring the secret myth of Crystal Lake and encountering Jason for the first time, actually succeeding at saving his sister. A lot of kick-ass action in this too. There is some high suspense from this Jason. This Jason is a lot more threatening, faster, more like an animal. He's actually kind of a trained hunter in this movie. He has the underground system of tunnels and the alarm system that can find people for him, explaining some of his powers. Really fun stuff. Yeah, this one, I was put on the best. This is one of the best Friday the 13th movies ever. Definitely not better than the original, I will say, if you're worried about that. But I think it is a kick-ass summer and deserves a lot more respect. Friday the 13th, 2009 is definitely one of the better remakes on here. Alright, so what should we do next? Just need some water. Okay, how about we do Poltergeist? This is the 2015 Poltergeist, and yeah, surprisingly, this one didn't come out too long ago, but I'll put it on It's Bad. Yeah, the remake of Poltergeist, it is bad, but not garbage like Freddy or Rob Zombie's Halloween. It's forgettable. It is forgettable. It is a lame duck. It has interesting ideas, a fun readaptation, reimagining of the old Poltergeist scenes, but overall, I just think it's very bland, boring, and not as funny as the original Steven Spielberg, Tobe Hooper Poltergeist was. Friday the 13th remake isn't my favorite in the franchise, but it's definitely solid for the remakes and not bad, just not my favorite. I understand that, Emily, but personally I do like it. I did get the killer cut of this movie, so I clearly do love it. It is the best. I'm putting on the best because compared to this trash, it definitely does look like high art. Anyways, back to Poltergeist. You know the drill. A family moves into a haunted house. We find out that they moved the tombstones, but they didn't move the, they didn't move the bodies. They moved the bodies, but yeah, the bodies are definitely under there. They're basically built the house over a graveyard. They only moved the headstones. This stars, some Sam Rockwell. That was the name. Sam Rockwell plays the dad, and he is no Craig T. Nelson. Let's just say that. The acting in this is pretty wooden at times. They go for a more family-friendly kind of Poltergeist. One phrase, from rated R to PG-13. This Poltergeist is definitely nerfed. Never saw, only Poltergeist movie I saw was the original. Well, that's all you need, Shadowlink. The original is the best. I'm gonna be honest, the Poltergeist remake, much like the original, is just kind of mid. Yeah, some people do feel that. It is a very mediocre movie. It's not the worst horror remake of all time. It is dull. It is boring. It is slow. They replace the fun, what was her name? The little psychic girl, the nice old lady with the funny voice. Yeah, she gets replaced by a ripoff of Max von Sydow's Exorcist priest as the ghost hunter. He's like this professional ghost hunter, this medium. He feels things. He's psychic. Yeah, the old lady gets replaced by a very boring old guy who's a priest. He's kind of a knock on Max von Sydow's Exorcist priest. I know that. And we do see the purgatory spirit realm in this world, and it is just kind of generic. It is lame CGI. The ghosts all look way too humanoid. We don't see any of the fantastical monster spirits that Spielberg's movie had. The purgatory honestly looks like Keanu Reeves' Constantine's hell. You remember that, the old Constantine movie? It kind of looks like the hell from that movie. They just kind of made it a fart color green, and all the spirits have these shadow figure kind of looks. It's not very interesting. It's not very suspenseful. The CGI has aged very poorly. There's way too much focus on the clown. The clown is shown earlier in the movie, and yeah, we get his jump scare at the halfway point where he jumps the boy. The family is a lot more goofier in this film. They're trying to be like a kind of modern family, but it doesn't work. They're just kind of bland and boring. I was worried that the Poltergeist would bring back the curse. Well, they didn't. Instead, they brought nothing. as we know that the poltergeist curse was real, and those who think it wasn't weird was wrong. Yeah, there was allegedly a curse around the Toby Hooper poltergeist movie where bad things happened. It didn't happen here because I guess no ghost would bother because nobody would watch this movie. It's lame. It is not the worst like Jackie Earle Haley Freddy or Rob Zombie's Halloween. It's just very forgettable, a very generic horror movie, generic haunted house stuff, a lot of lame CGI, a very severe lack of scares. The deformed face jump scare scene from the original is kind of ruined because the CGI already looks fake as hell. Not good. It's just plain bad. The Poltergeist reboot is just plain bad. I do not recommend it. They certainly tried, but didn't succeed. Alright, gonna use the restroom, but you guys get to vote on which you'd like to see next. Please cast your vote. I'll be back. All of these shitty remakes. Is there a single gem? Hey, I'm back. Oh, someone wants Evil Dead and a Child's Play. Okay, we'll do both of those. Alright. Someone wants Evil Dead and Child's Play. Alright, we'll do Child's Play first. This is Mark Hamill's Child's Play, and if you watch my Chucky tier list, a lot of people in the comment section told me they completely forgot this was even a thing. Yeah, the 2019 Child's Play, going straight into Garbage Day. I'll put Jackie Earle Haley below it, yeah. Garbage Day! This is the reboot slash remake where Chucky is a robot doll in a prototype version of the Megan story. But this time, Chucky actually loves Andy and is killing people as a yandere in the name of his love Andy and trying to protect him in this version. Oh, and Chucky is voiced by Mark Hamill. Why? Because Mark Hamill voiced Chucky once in a Robot Chicken sketch, and I guess they thought he did a great job. Yeah, this one's pretty bad. It is lame. Chucky is not very scary in this movie. They kind of flip-flop between making him creepy and making him funny. I remember, "This is for Tupac, bitch." He said that to someone he killed, and yeah, they rip off a lot from better horror movies, and ironically, not one feels like a Chucky movie. It feels like it wants to be Megan and Stranger Things. There's a lot with Andy and his kid friends trying to crack the mystery of Chucky. Well, I didn't forget, just didn't really care or bothered, lol. It was bad enough that they changed the concept from a killer spirit to a robot malfunctioning, but to have a great actor like Mark Hamill to be in it ruined the good guy names. Yeah, Mark Hamill doesn't really do much. He does like a variation of like his villain voices. Thankfully, Chucky doesn't sound like the Joker in this movie, but Mark Hamill doesn't really get to do much because he's kind of a mindless automaton for half the movie until Chucky starts developing persona near the third act. I know Jon Snow is going to be upset, but I hate Aubrey Plaza as the mother. Andy's mom is played by Aubrey Plaza, and she is so unlikable in this. She's more neglectful. She's dating this asshole who abuses her kid and doesn't seem to care, which made me hate her. Andy is a lot older than he is in the first movie, and unfortunately, while this does make his acting better, it didn't make you really sympathize with him or find him, like, cute like the main kid from the original trilogy. And Yeah, the family are not very likable in this version. Even Andy's kind of a spoiled brat. Chucky basically kills people to defend Andy in this movie. He kills, like, the douchebag his mom's dating. He kills the creepy, like, custodian guy who likes to spy in people's houses. And he nearly kills, like, one of the idiot bullies, but Andy befriends him. And he kills, like, the detective's mom in this very odd scene where he beheads her and, like, wrapped her head in a present for Andy. Yeah, I like the idea of Chucky being this yandere who loves Andy and is killing in his name. Unfortunately, it was done better on Megan because this movie is so confused tonally. It does not know if it wants to be a dead serious horror movie or a dark comedy, kind of like Bride of Chucky. What's sad is Megan is dancing all over all forms of child's play. Lol, yeah, much better. Fun fact, Mark Hamill voiced Chucky on Robot Chicken with the Cabbage Patch Kids. I did point that out, I just didn't mention the Cabbage Patch Kids. Yeah, they killed Chucky because they wanted his soul. Yeah, so Chucky actually does have unique powers in this. He can hack into technology. There's a social commentary how we're reliant on technology, and even toys have like built-in Apple gadgets. Chucky hacks into him and he takes over a mall and all the toys. There's like killer drones going around killing people. He kills like one of the mascots who has like a Chucky doll trapped in his, like, head mask or something, stabs him. A lot of planes, like, shooting people, and I guess the planes were loaded with real bullets. Chucky has this final fight with Andy at the mall, where Andy uses his love for Chucky against him, where Chucky's distracted enough for Aubrey Plaza to kill Chucky, which is not as satisfying because Aubrey Plaza barely did a damn thing in this movie because it's mostly about Andy and his kids going on Stranger Things adventures. It's awful. Even the creator hated it. They basically took Mancini's creation and tried to make a whole new film saga, basically ripping him off while he was stuck trying to get his Chucky series off the ground, and thankfully it failed. The Child's Play reboot did not do well. It didn't sell tickets, and honestly, it wasn't really scary. It couldn't decide if it wanted to be scary or like a Bride of Chucky type of dark comedy. Big ups to Megan too. Yeah, I hope that's good. Okay, I read that. Yeah, Mark Hamill could have been great as Chucky, but they didn't give him enough. Oh, and surprise, we find out that the Chucky AI downloaded to another doll, and the Chucky dolls are much more hideous in this version. I do not buy that anyone would buy this toy, because it looks so creepy. Yeah, Chucky looked creepy in the original, but he was supposed to look like a Cabbage Patch kind of doll, which helped elevate that fear because he did look like a regular children's toy. This version looked like obviously evil, like obviously would break down and try to kill you evil. Yeah, my opinion has not changed from my Chucky tier list. It is still hot garbage. It is an obsolete model, and I recommend upgrading to Megan. Alright, somebody wanted the Evil Dead. Alright, the new reboot cool style Evil Dead movie. Just need some water. Okay, the revival Evil Dead movie. I know I'm gonna upset people, but it's going on actually good. Yeah, sorry, I do not think it is the best. It did not dethrone Sam Raimi's classic for me. I do think it is actually good, but here's the thing. Is this actually a remake? Because there's a post-credit scene at the end where Ash Williams shows up, implying that this is taking place in the same timeline. And this might not be a remake, but something like Halloween 2018, where it's a direct sequel to the original and in the same timeline, because Bruce Campbell still exists in this movie universe. Yeah, I was surprised that the Evil Dead remake was pretty solid. Then again, all the movies were in their own way. Yeah, the Evil Dead has not had a bad entry in the franchise, at least so far. I love Evil Dead 2 even more, and Army of Darkness is one of my favorite horror comedies of all time. This is the first return to form for the dark reboots. This was a more serious, dark, scary, savage Evil Dead. It wanted to be like a recreation of the first movie, but with better production values, and it really succeeded. Basically, a girl with a drug addiction problem is taken out into a cabin in the woods to basically undergo her withdrawal. Basically, a sort of rehab. She's trying to cut her drug addiction loose, and her friends are there helping her cope, helping her get through. However, they find the infamous Necronomicon underneath the cabin, where an idiot reads it out loud and summons the Deadites, vicious demons that want to get you to join us, possessing you with demon spirit forms and using you to go on murder sprees so they can take over the world. And of course, our unlucky batch of teenagers have to stop this evil Deadite escape and save the day. And yeah, this is a pretty hardcore, savage horror movie. If you love blood and gore, this movie is for you. The Deadites are creepy. I will agree, the Deadites are much scarier here than in the first movie. Evil Dead hasn't had a bad entry. Someone didn't play Hail to the King. There is never a bad Evil Dead. Yeah, okay, so far we haven't had any bad Evil Deads. I love the original trilogy, as I said. This one I thought was alright. Not my favorite. It is definitely a decent horror movie. Don't worry, I don't think it's bad. I just think it's fine. I think it's fine. It's unactually good because it did not dethrone the original for me. It did have its moments. Really kick-ass action, a lot of blood, a lot of visceral imagery. The Deadites are so much more threatening in this. I do think the final fight is a bit anticlimactic. The ultimate evil demon basically takes the form of an evil, like, little girl, and I didn't think it was as scary as everyone made it out to be, but at least they made up for that with the chainsaw to her head and making it rain blood. Very hardcore kills, too. Like, some of the characters get mutilated. When they become Deadites, they, like, maul their own body. They have the creepy CGI eyes, and they're a lot more frantic, wild, and feral. The Deadites here are more like animals, whereas in the original movies, they're more like ghosts kind of possessing them. Ash versus the Evil Dead. A lot of people praise this show. I have not seen it, so I can't really judge for myself. Yeah, I know, I have not seen Ash versus the Evil Dead. I've seen clips of it, I've seen other people review it. I know of Ashy Slashy, but never watched the whole thing all the way through. And I still have not seen The Evil Dead Rise, which a lot of people say was also good, so it maintained the status quo that Evil Dead has not failed in one entry, at least so far. Okay, so checking the comments. Yeah, I haven't played Hail to the King because, yeah, Bruce Campbell is in this movie. He shows up at, like, a post-credits scene, which, again, kind of confused me. Some people defend that, oh, well, it's actually just him giving, like, the movie his seal of approval, saying how it's badass and it should be official Evil Dead stuff, but also makes you question, wait, Ash Williams does exist in this universe even though it's a reboot timeline? Yeah, which, yeah, still a question mark that Evil Dead heads are still debating to this very day. I will say, it is a lot better than people give credit for. It will not dethrone Bruce Campbell's original movie, I'm just gonna say it. I thought the first one was still miles better and still way scarier. This one, definitely a huge love letter to the original. It wants to be a scary Evil Dead story, and it succeeds greatly. A lot of hardcore gore. They basically fake you out by having this decoy protagonist who's exactly like Bruce Campbell's Ash Williams, only for him to die so the girl can be the real hero saving the day, which was a decent surprise, and don't worry, it was done before the annoying girl boss era, so it felt at least earned. Boo this man, hasn't seen Ash vs. the Evil Dead. Boo this man. I'm sorry, Emily, I haven't seen it. I don't have stars. I can't watch the show. I can't find it. Unfortunately, my go-to to watch the show kind of got delisted, so yeah. Haven't been able to watch Ash vs. the Evil Dead. I've heard good things about it, so I won't say it's bad, but yeah, it is definitely a good franchise, and this was definitely a good remake thrown in there. I would recommend it, but I will also warn you, if you're very squeamish, it does return to form for that Evil Dead hardcore violence, and it very succeeds at it greatly. It is a gnarly movie. I kind of skip rewatching this one because it's so savage. Like, a guy gets brutalized by a demon and stabbed to death multiple times with a syringe, and someone like cuts off their own face. It's that kind of horror. The Deadites are monsters, and they live up to that rep in their remake. So I will say it is actually good, but I do not think it is S tier. I know, controversial opinion, but I think the Evil Dead remake is just fine. I will not join you, Dark Ones. So glad that the Friday the 13th remake is in the best. Yeah, don't worry, Light Jones, I did like it. Friday the 13th up there with Dawn of the Dead and Piranha 3D. Down here we have the forgettable Poltergeist and all the garbage day ones. Black Christmas 2019, Rob Zombie's Halloween, a Nightmare on Elm Street remake, and the Child's Play remake because these all sucked. Alright, so we gotta talk about a negative one since Evil Dead was good. Alright, sorry, just having some water. Oh, the fog. The fog going on garbage day. Yeah, I will put it above Rob Zombie's Halloween at least. The Fog, the remake of the legendary John Carpenter campfire ghost story, The Fog. So, John Carpenter's Fog story is an old-fashioned, campfire story you tell. Basically, a haunted sea captain and his pirate crew rise as ghosts to stalk a family that stole, I think 6 or 7 pieces of gold, and basically want to kill them to take it back. They're taking their lives because they stole valuable treasure from them. So the remake Fog comes along and overcomplicates the heck out of its plot. The ghosts have multiple angles here, and as you can tell by the poster, not the best CGI. Honestly, never seen The Fog either version. Oh, really, Shadow Link? You're missing out. John Carpenter's The Fog, it's not my favorite Carpenter movie. I do think it's okay. It might fall into Silver Skull territory for me because it is a bit overhyped, but The Fog is a classic ghost story. Ghost pirates rise from the grave and get revenge on people, and to do so, they take the form of this Silent Hill fog. The fog contains pirate ghosts. They're wandering around the mainland and slowly picking off people one by one from a beach town, basically taking 6 to 7 lives to pay back the treasure they stole. And they're going after precise family members too. Adrienne Barbeau, Jamie Lee Curtis, and the great Tom Atkins are the heroes, trying to basically survive the fog and appease the ghosts. Here, it overcomplicates the heck out of the story. This stars, it's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's Superman! Tom Welling's Superman is the hero. And tragically, Tom Welling has not had a good film career because he starred in crap like this. You want Psycho next. Alright, we'll do that one after. Prefer the more action-packed movies. That was the original Evil Dead. Yeah, those were fun. Yeah, prefer Army of Darkness over the Evil Dead reboot. Not gonna lie, I do like that more. That reminds me, I actually kind of like the first Rob Zombie movie because I actually kind of like the more relatable, shitty family childhood Michael Myers. Well, I hated it for those exact reasons because we got to know too much about Michael, and Michael was scary when we knew nothing. Wolf Entertainment, I wouldn't count The Thing as a remake. It's said to be a prequel. There are two things. One is a prequel and one is the remake. 2011 Thing was a prequel, exactly. The 80s version was a remake of the 50s Thing. That's exactly it. Anyways, The Fog. Basically, it copies the original movie at first, then halfway in, it overcomplicates the hell out of the ghost villains. First off, the pirate ghosts look awful. Look at the poster. If you think this looks fake, they look worse. The pirate ghosts are all CGI and it is extraordinarily fake. It looks like something out of a sci-fi TV movie. They do not look real. They were not played by real actors like Carpenter's demon pirates were. And the effects do not look good. They were bad when this movie was new. Let's just say that. Tom Welling plays the hero. He's basically Tom Atkins, is Trucker character. He picks up the sexy hitchhiker and he tries to save the day. And yeah, even Superman couldn't hold up this movie. Basically, the pirate ghosts have like multiple evil plans. At first, we find out they're trying to kill people for the gold, like in the original. Except, no, they actually want to take over the town. But no, the main character is actually the reincarnation of the ghost captain's dead wife, who he wants to hook up with. But no, the pirate ghosts want to take over the world with the fog. And it is a mess. It's a mess. The plot doesn't even make sense. And that was pretty much what doomed it. The plot is all over the place. There's so many plot holes, leaps in logic, and BS twists that it ruins one of John Carpenter's most simplistic horror stories. The ghost pirates are pissed off and want revenge, and they have to appease them or survive their wrath. Here, the ghost pirates have like multiple evil villain schemes, and not one of them makes sense, and some even contradict each other. And yeah, terrible. Not even scary, too, because there's so much reliance on that early 2000s CGI. The ghost pirates never look there, never look like they're once realistically engaging with the live action actors, and the invasion of the fog, it looks so goofy. It's like something out of a cheap Harry Potter fan film. The fog is easily garbage. It is a storm that you'll very easily clear. I'll be back in a bit. See you later, Jon Snow. Alright, someone wanted Gus Van Sant Psycho. Yep, going on to Garbage Day. Put it above the Black Christmas one at least. Yeah, Gus Van Sant Psycho. All this time later, I still think it's easily one of the worst of Norman Bates' franchise. This is Gus Van Sant Psycho remake, a shot-for-shot remake of the original Alfred Hitchcock classic. And I mean exactly shot for shot. It is 100% the exact same movie, but just recreated in color and with worse actors. Gus Van Sant loved Psycho, and he basically wanted to reshare its greatness with a new generation. Which, good intentions, unfortunately a very bad execution, because this movie is pretty much exactly the same, and all the problems with it sum up in this one sentence. Vince Vaughn as Norman Bates. Yeah, you heard that. Vince Vaughn as Norman Bates. Who asked for a Psycho remake? No one. Yeah, no shock there. Jeez, and I thought some of the Pirates of the Caribbean sequels had complicated plots. Well, you haven't seen the Fog remake, Shadow. If Psycho is on this list, I would recommend it on a new ranking, as I believe it'd be worse than Garbage Day. Yeah, definitely. It was only good because it was the first of its kind back then. Yeah, basically, Psycho is one of the first shot-for-shot remakes, basically recreating everything from the original, and I do mean everything, but in color and with modern actors, and none of the actors were casted very well. Julianne Moore plays the sister Lila Crane, and what's her name? Anne Hesh was Marion Crane, and Anne Hesh is not an attractive woman. Marion Crane is supposed to be the sexy femme fatale who's aloof, who's attractive, who's having this deep moral struggle, and so hot that she tempts Norman Bates and brings out the evil personality of his mother, who comes out and kills her in the shower. And we're supposed to buy that Anne Hesh is so hot that Vince Vaughn's mother would be jealous of her. No, Anne Heche is not attractive, and if you want to see how bad this movie is compared to the original, watch the original shower scene and the remake shower scene side by side at the same time. Watch the first one, then the second one, and you will see all the problems. It is very clear Gus Van Sant did not understand what made the original so scary. There's a lot of weird jump scares and art house tricks he puts into this movie, and they do not look very good. Like, Mother's corpse has bad CGI spiders. There's these weird, like, jump scare shots played over the death scenes of Detective Arbogast and Marion Crane that look very baffling. It was actually much scarier in black and white in the original. Yeah, that's what made it better, because in black and white, the haunted house setting looks creepier because there's so much darkness and shadows. In the light, it doesn't look as scary. The Bates house looks like a very generic mansion. It doesn't look creepy. It doesn't look like a haunted house from another time. It looks too normal. Norman's house looks normal. Vince Vaughn as Norman Bates is not scary. He's just this fat Homer Simpson-like character. I know in the book, Norman did look more like Vince Vaughn than Anthony Perkins. That's why he was kind of casted. Vaughn is not a scary dude at all, and unfortunately, that is very clear if you watch his Norman Bates scenes. Yeah, it was only good because it was the first of its kind. Yeah, okay, read that. Yeah, basically, it recreates the entire original film, but very badly. The actors kind of miss the emotion and the mark that the original had. I do think William H. Macy as the detective was a little bit better than the first guy because, hey, he at least does something new with his character by giving him his own persona. William H. Macy feels like he's the only one who tried because he makes the detective actually a nice, caring guy instead of the old-fashioned, hard-boiled classic noir detective. And Anne Hesh, terrible as Marion Crane. She has like a resting bitch face all throughout the movie. She's not attractive. She doesn't read her lines very believably. Julianne Moore and was not very good as the sister Lila Crane. She's supposed to be this serious, no-nonsense detective woman trying to risk her life to find her sister. Julianne Moore has like this southern drawl, which got annoying, and Sam Loomis also does not look like a badass like he did in the original film. Freddie Highmore did it better. I agree. Bates Motel, the prequel series, way better. But yeah, Vince Vaughn, Norman Bates, not scary. Especially in his scenes where he dresses as Mother. Like, Vince Vaughn looks like way too much like a drag queen in his scenes, and it pretty much undercuts all the terror. Like, Anthony Perkins looked disturbing dressed as his mom. He looked creepy. He was out of his mind. He has this psychotic slasher smile. Vince Vaughn always has this stone cold look on his face. He looks more like a clown. His mother is not threatening, and he gets hilariously beat up by Julianne Moore, which, yeah, still doesn't make him scary. It is bad. They did not understand why the original was scary. That is the core problem, and Vince Vaughn as Norman Bates is just the cherry on top of how awful this movie is. It is not just one of the worst horror remakes, it is one of the worst remakes ever. Not even even people outside the horror community agree that this was an awful movie. Very well deserving of its Razzie Award. The Psycho remake still sucks to this very day and belongs on Garbage Day. I'm surprised the drag queen shows were not offended by this. Oh, they probably were, but everyone was too busy laughing at Vince Vaughn. Alright, so let's do something positive. Oh, how about The Ring? Yeah, Sarah Michelle Gellar's The Ring. The introduction of Samara to American audience. And this one, I'll put on a worthy reimagining. Yeah, I know, I'm gonna get a lot of people in the comments pissed that this didn't make it to the best, but again, I thought this movie was fine. This is the introduction of Samara, the ghost girl in the VHS tapes who will kill you in 7 days after you watch the tapes. Yada, yada, yada. Oh, Lily was in, or Lilo from Lilo and Stitch was in that. Yeah, she was. She plays Samara, the dead girl. This is, The Ring. Basically, Sarah Michelle Gellar, I believe, is in this movie. I could be wrong. I know Sarah is in the Grudge remake. I thought she was in this one too, but yeah, basically, you know the drill. Some people have like this wicked tape which shows you basically Samara's home movies, which are now haunted by her spirit. If you watch this tape, you will die within 7 days, because 7 days was how long it took Samara to die when her abusive parents locked her in that well. Samara was killed by her parents, abused by them, trapped in a well, lived in this creepy beach house. we see clips of her past played on her VHS tape, and this is the movie with the iconic scene where she crawls out of the TV and into the real world to kill her victims, and they're left with these creepy psychotic faces where they died seeing something horribly and are in twisted forms, and yeah, I will put this on a worthy reimagining. I personally say that one was extremely scary. Oh, you really like The Ring? Okay. I know a lot of people love The Ring. It is very creepy. It is a subtle horror movie at times. There are some jump scares here and there, but I thought it was a worthy reimagining. Not the best, but definitely worthy of being in the Ringu franchise. Still think it's insane how many movies The Ring and Ringu have. As for the American remake, it was pretty good. Have you seen Rings? No, I have not. I have only seen this one. I abandoned Ringu when I saw that one with the terrible CGI deer, the Ring 2. Yeah, after that one, I gave up completely, and the Ringu has so many entries in its franchise that I have not even begun watching them. The Ring 2 was a major step down in the horror department. Rings is so stupid. Yeah, this one had bad sequels. The original is still a beloved classic, even though it's a bit dated with VHS tapes, but I still think it's pretty fine. This one had its moments. Samara became a horror icon thanks to this movie, and I do agree, she's very creepy, very scary. I know Sarah Michelle Gellar actually voiced Samara on Robot Chicken, which I think was a funny allusion to her role in the movie, at least if I'm remembering that right, but yeah, I think it's a worthy reimagining. I know some people consider it one of the greatest horror remakes of all time. Me, I thought it was alright. It's an alright scary movie. Has its spooky moments, has its very cool imagery, has some very deep ideas, very complex backstory for the ghost girl. They do differentiate from the Ringu quite a lot, so it's not a full reimagining. It did take creative liberties, but I think it's fine. It's a worthy reimagining. I'll just leave it there. It's been years since I've seen this one. I'm more familiar with the original. Oh, really, Emily? You haven't seen the original Ring? I thought it starred Sarah Michelle Gellar. It would be cool if Samara was holding a Stitch plush to reference the actress. She probably did on, like, a tweet or something. Alright. But yeah, The Ring, it's a worthy reimagining. Just not a tape I'd rewind anytime soon. Alright, what to do next? Okay, let's get off the other Black Christmas. This one, going right on to Garbage Day, but it is a bit better than the rest of these. This is the more quote-unquote faithful Black Christmas remake, where we get to see Billy and Agnes this time. Agnes, the mysterious psycho woman who was Billy's sister slash mother slash incest lover. I don't know, and I don't think I can go into detail here on YouTube. Yeah, this one, pretty bad. I'm sorry, Emily, it has not gotten better. I still think it sucks. The only thing worth watching in this movie is all the hot chicks. Katie Cassidy, oh yeah. Mary Elizabeth Winstead, she's a hottie. And Lacey Chabert, oh yeah, my Zatanna. Definitely in this. The girls are definitely hot, so that is one reason to watch this, but the story sucks. Basically, it gives you Billy's and Agnes's backstory, and it surprisingly made the killer a lot less scary. They indulged too much in the backstory, and the more we knew about Billy, the less scary he kind of became. There's a lot of gross ideas, a lot of eye gouging in this movie, because tee-hee, all you saw was the killer's eye in the original, to the point where it became an iconic poster, but yeah, just very gross, very slow, very boring, and really stupid at times. I did not need to see Billy finally have a face reveal and he's dressed in a Santa suit. Again, sticking with the original Black Christmas is a masterpiece. 100% fact, Shadowlink. At least The Ring 2 continued the story and ended happily. Yeah, too bad it sucked as a whole. What are you apologizing to me for? I just said this one's better than I used to think it was. Okay, sorry, wasn't going into specifics, but yeah, Emily told me it did have some good points, and I will agree, it definitely did have some good ideas, but it was just lousy. It's basically another lousy slasher killer story. We actually see Billy in action, and way too much eye gouging in this movie, and some ridiculous shots of the killer going around the house. In the original, it's creepy because it's realistic. In here, the killer is like teleporting and getting into holes he can't possibly squeeze into. Like, I swear, he watches one of the hot chicks in the shower, and he has a hole on the bottom of the shower floor, and one, somehow she doesn't see him there, and two, somehow Billy can get a good shot of her despite being at an angle he possibly can't bend in, but whatever. Billy is yellow for some reason. He has yellow skin, I guess because he wasn't raised very well and in a very unhealthy environment, literally. He came out looking yellow for some reason and looks like Yellow Bastard from Sin City. It is very trippy. How about shit for the next title? Maybe. But yeah, all these years later, it is a lot better than the 2019 remake, but garbage is still garbage, and this Black Christmas is a second lump of coal in your stocking. The only Black Christmas movie we've ever had is the original, because the 2019 version is ultra shit, this one is plain shit, and It's Me, Billy, the fan film, is overrated. Yeah, I said it. I thought the fan film was overrated and boring. But yeah, Black Christmas 2006, all these years later, it is still a very lame, mediocre remake. Do not recommend. It is just plain trash. Okay, somebody wanted It, huh? Want shit. Alright, It 2017. And may surprise you, but I will put this one on the best. Yeah, It 2017. I liked it. I referenced it a lot in my earlier videos. It is fun. It is awesome. Bill Skarsgård is no Tim Curry, but he definitely had his moments. You know the drill. Basically, a group of losers and outcasts form an odd friendship and come together trying to deal with bullying, and the worst bully is a psychotic demon killer clown who lives in the sewers named Pennywise, really the titular It. It is a shape-shifting monster that feeds on the fear of children until it ultimately lures them in its web and eats them. It feeds on children, but it needs them to be afraid, so it goes around town basically scaring them for half the movie. The children are dealing with this psychotic bastard named Henry Bowers and his douchey gang, trying to get by life, slowly growing up, trying to mature in a very toxic, unhealthy environment, strongly implied to be It influencing the neighborhood and making things worse, until they ultimately come together and fight to defeat the ultimate evil bully, the demonic clown, by facing him in the sewers. And yeah, this movie's a ton of fun. Part 1 of Remake, it is fantastic. Part 2, however, yeah, we'll get to that. Float. They all float down here. And when you're down here, you'll float too! Ah, Tim Curry immortal. It was alright. I criticized it so much when it first came out because I'm going like, why remake? Can Hollywood not be so creatively bankrupt? Yeah, I definitely feared it would be a cash grab, but to its credit, it did actually look good. The trailers looked creepy. Pennywise had an ultra cool design, and I was a fan of Tim Curry, so I thought, doing a modernized version was not a bad idea. There were plenty of scary scenes that even got me when I rewatched it. Yeah, Pennywise is very creepy. This movie has some intense scares, high suspense, very uncomfortable atmosphere, but a very satisfying beatdown of Pennywise and the bullies. It 2017 was probably the best version of that story. My brother likes the miniseries, but it just never worked for me. Chapter 2 was boring and the book is poorly written, gross garbage. Oh yeah, don't worry, this cuts out everyone's favorite scene, the sewer orgy. Yeah, don't worry, this one cut that out. They actually pulled a smart move by focusing on the children side of the story from the book in the first movie until part 2 would focus on the adults. I did think this was a brilliant idea because it meant we could actually have an organized story, not what the miniseries did by kept cutting back and forth between the adults and the kid adventures. Unfortunately, Chapter 2 kind of crapped the bed with it, what it did, but yeah, this one actually pretty good. I thought this was so good, I was hyped for it Chapter 2 thanks to this movie. Bill Skarsgård actually got his time in the spotlight thanks to this movie, proving that he could be a horror monster, and Skarsgård has gone on for many great horror movies. And unfortunately, some awful garbage like the Crow reboot and the Eternals, which have done him no favors. But yeah, Skarsgård, very creepy as Pennywise. Personally, I do prefer Tim Curry more, if you're wondering my thoughts on that. Tim Curry was the better Pennywise, but Skarsgård definitely had his creepy moments. He's more of a child molester clown in this version. Has those creepy eyes because Skarsgård can actually use his lazy eye to scare people. And Skarsgård is actually an athletic, triple-jointed acrobat, so all of Pennywise's movements were practical effects. Excuse me, sir, do you have Prince Albert in a can? You do? Well, you better let the poor guy out. Wah-ha, 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 wah-ha. Ah, classic Tim Curry Pennywise. Yeah, if you're wondering, I do love It 2017 quite a lot. I reference this a lot in my early views. Love Pennywise, love the scary sewer scene with Georgie. Very satisfying climax where the kids actually beat him up, beat the crap out of him. We see hints of Pennywise's spider form. He gets like the spider legs at one point. We do see the deadlights from Bev's perspective. It did give us people actually floating. Pennywise has like victims floating in midair, like in a spider web kind of thing. And Henry Bowers gets a satisfying beatdown in this movie. Spoilers, he is completely useless in the second movie, but yeah. And I thought it was fun. I really liked seeing this in theaters. My crowd got really scared. Very gnarly effects, really trippy scenes, solid scares, and the kids finally getting their happy ending was very satisfying in this movie. I do think the miniseries was kind of lacking in that department, but yeah, I think It Chapter 17 is still one of the best remakes. Ah, shit, Chapter Poo. Yeah, we'll do that one next. A person say there was more scary scenes in the miniseries. The CGI zombie was scary. You'll Float 2 scene was extremely scary. And the burning people scene. Alright, so. Yeah, It 2017, it is definitely one of the good Stephen King adaptations. Still, The Running Man was way better. But I'll put it on the best among remakes because, trust me, we still got some bad stinkers down here. Speaking of which, let's do It Chapter Poo. And yeah, this one's going on Garbage Day. No, I'm putting the Black Christmas past it, yeah. It Chapter 2, it sucks. It was a letdown. If you saw my slasher tier, I did mention this. This one completely ruined Pennywise for me. Completely ruined it. With that final climax scene where they name call and bully the clown to death. That was enough to murder this movie for me. It Chapter 2 sucks. It is a letdown. It's a disappointment. And it is a huge downgrade after all the goodwill the first It did. It Chapter 2 is one of my most hated horror sequels ever, easily. Hang on, got some comments. The only problem I had with it was the comedy, because I only say that Pennywise could make you laugh because he's a clown. He was doing the funny dance in part 1. Well, that was funny. To quote Angry Joe on It Chapter 2, "You done fucked it up." Yeah, this was a letdown. So, this one was originally supposed to focus on the adult side of the story, and while it did, they still crammed in a bunch of pointless scenes with the friggin' kids and flashbacks. And because the kids got older, they used de-aging effects, which look awful. The CGI in this movie is bad. Like, what happened? It Chapter 1 had some of the best special effects, and this one had the most fake-looking crap effects you've ever seen. I swear, Phalis and Linkara have better effects on their channel than in this movie. It is slow, it is boring, it is not scary. Pennywise talks way too much and gets way too much spotlight in this because of the impact he had on the first movie, and there are some very baffling decisions. I know Stephen King is not that great a writer, but here they kind of made their own decisions too, which did not play out well. For starters, Blacksmith Orange and I both agree that it sucks that we didn't get the turtle. The cosmic space turtle does not appear. He just gets referenced in these, and I guess he was supposed to show up in the Dark Tower sequel. That never happened, but whatever. Apply cold water to that burn. Okay. Oh, I'm glad you remember what I said back then. The CGI made Children of the Corn CGI look good. Apply cold water to that burn. With all the money they made from the first movie, that which was a phenomenon, they couldn't afford to have better effects in the sequel. Yeah, I agree. Special mention going to the dining scene where they're opening up all the fortune cookies and then awful CGI body parts and monsters kind of pop out. There's like an egg fetus, an eyeball, and it really says a lot that the 90s miniseries looked better than this. And yeah, I hate to say it, but the adult segments from the miniseries are better than this movie. They got James McAvoy as Bill, who was the only guy I remember. Most of the cast actually do look like older versions of the old characters, which is something the miniseries did kind of fail on. And there are interesting ideas here. We go into Pennywise's origin. We find out it is an alien, and it's in the sewers because its spaceship crash landed years ago and has been buried under, like, the earth. It's, like, deep underground. We see the spaceship, and it weirdly looks like something out of Man of Steel, which was kind of baffling. Don't forget, Pennywise also cries like a little bitch. Also, hi. Hey, Blacksmith Orange. Thinks my last comment got deleted since that naughty B word makes people wet themselves. Yeah, YouTube probably censored you. What's even worse, they promised us a fully combined cut with It Chapter 1 and 2 with all the deleted scenes and new scenes in one, and they never delivered. Yeah, that kind of didn't happen because I guess this movie didn't do so good. Granted, the climax of the original was silly too, from the CGI spider, but even that was Oscar-worthy compared to the climax in this. Yes, Stephen King actually had a soft spot for Pennywise because he actually shows up in the books, not just the Dark Tower. Yeah, Pennywise and Christine showed up at one point. Christine actually shows up in this movie. It's the car that drives Henry Bowers. Oh yeah, Henry Bowers is in this, and completely useless. He doesn't even fulfill his role he had in both the book and miniseries. Henry Bowers comes back, he escapes from the asylum thanks to Pennywise, and he epic fails in this movie. In the original, he stabs and hospitalizes Mike because Mike is the best one. Mike is their Optimus Prime, but he gets brutalized and he's sent to the hospital. But because they didn't want to offend black people by having the black guy suffers in a horror movie cliche, Mike doesn't even die, so it makes Henry Bowers' plot point completely pointless, and Henry dies getting an axe to the head. That was long overdue. Oh yeah, there's also garbage Marvel comedy in this. Because just what you want in a dark horror movie about facing a demonic clown and overcoming your psychological past trauma is Marvel humor and puns. Yeah, the jokes in this are bad. Not one made me laugh, and the ones that did made me laugh because they ruined the seriousness. Yo, I'm here. What did I miss? We're on It Chapter 2. It's on Garbage Day. Stephen King was one of the only good things in It Chapter 2. Yeah, he's in there, and Stephen King has a cameo in this movie, and his one line perfectly sums up this movie. I didn't like the ending, and I agree. Bill Hader is supposed to be funny, but he wasn't in this. Well, remember, only Pennywise can make jokes. He's a clown. Yeah, Pennywise should be funny, but for some reason he's not. He's more serious. Speaking of which, we gotta talk about the ending. Pennywise finally fights the losers down in the cave. We get a cool scene where he does put them into, like, nightmare realms, but they overcome him and escape, and then we get to the scene that killed this movie. They bully and name call the clown to death. Pennywise kind of turns into Turbo from Wreck-It Ralph in his spider form. He's like this giant clown spider thing attacking them, and they name call Pennywise until he turns into a baby and cries because they're not afraid of him, which it's cringe. It is cringe. It is painful. It's not at all serious, and it's supposed to be a serious dramatic moment, but they're name calling the horror villain until he cries. Pennywise turns into a baby, he's crying, and then they rip out his heart very easily, I might add. They rip out his heart and crush it, just like in the miniseries, and Pennywise cries. His last words are, "You've all grown up," and they're not afraid of him anymore, and Pennywise goes out like a puss. And yeah, I hated that. That's what killed this movie for me. Even people who say it was alright, no, I point this scene as what is the bullet that put it down. Literally became a meme, yeah. It's also funny he disses someone's ending in chapter 2 when he has been criticized for his endings. Yeah, that was the joke. Did you see Nostalgia Critic's reenactment of the movie? Yes, I did. Oh yeah, Eddie dies, and there was supposed to be like a gay rights kind of theme in this movie, because, what's his name? Like, Eddie and Bill Hader's characters are supposed to be gay, and they were secretly in love with each other. There's a gay couple that get killed in the movie. Yes, it was in the book, but in the book, it actually tied into the story here. They're trying to tie into this gay rights theme, and basically, Bill Hader comes out of the closet and is now proud of his homosexuality, and I guess it was an apology to LGBT people, but really kind of a spit in the face when you think about it, because it's attached to this shit, but whatever. Oh, and another awful scene. We get, what's his name? The kid who, Stan, that's it. Stan committed suicide in this movie, and it's treated like a happy ending. Stan said he killed himself because he was afraid he was weak and would hold the other losers back, and he mailed letters telling them it was a good thing he killed himself because they succeeded, which, oh boy, that's a whole messy can of worms. Basically trying to glorify suicide as a good thing, and yeah, it left a very awful taste in my mouth. That was honestly almost worse than Pennywise's death scene in this. Yeah, it's chapter 2, it sucks. Richie, okay, that was his name, thank you, Richie. I prefer Mike and Will from Stranger Things. Bruh. Yeah, great message there, movie. Yeah, Stan's suicide is played up as a good, heartwarming moment. I guess because they wanted to have a happy ending, but by that logic, they should have just done what the miniseries did. Have Bill revive his wife riding on this bicycle and having a kiss where it's a bittersweet but still happy ending where he saved her life. Yeah, the losers all overcome their trauma. Pennywise dies like a wuss, and suicide is a good thing. Yeah, there's a reason I call this shit chapter poo. It sucks and belongs here on garbage day. Alright, gonna use the restroom again, but please feel free to vote on which remake you want to see next. Got plenty to choose from, but we got a good string out. Alright, I'll be back. Tell me what you want to see. all of these shitty remakes, is there a single gem? Hey guys, I'm back. So what did you vote for? Let's do the remake this time of John Carpenter's The Thing. The good one with Brendan Fraser. Oh, The Mummy, okay. Mummy and The Thing are on here. Hang on, just catching up on comments. When Stan did that, he did it because he was traumatized, not because of that. Yeah, that's what made his suicide more emotional. But here they turned it into a happy moment. Good message movie. I guess they were trying to make it seem like Stan sacrificed himself, but wow, yeah, really bad. It's not as worst as Cabin Fever. Let's make it interesting, do The Mummy. Okay, someone wants The Mummy, someone wants The Thing. Which one? Brendan Fraser's Mummy. Yeah, don't worry, Tom Cruise's Mummy isn't on here because it was kind of starting a dark universe and not remaking a classic. Okay, so, sorry, got more votes for The Thing, Shadowlink. We'll do The Mummy after, but let's do John Carpenter's The Thing. And no surprise, it's going on the best. And yes, this is actually going to be number 1. John Carpenter's The Thing. This isn't just one of the best remakes ever. It is one of the best horror films of all time. John Carpenter's The Thing is an amazing paranoia body horror sci-fi horror. The Thing is a monster that crash lands in Antarctica, and this Arctic team, led by Kurt Russell and Keith David, locate the alien, unintentionally bringing it into their compound, where the monster slowly but surely picks them off one by one, imitating people and replicating itself so it can take over the world. However, we actually have smart characters in a horror movie because they realize that there's an alien monster among them. However, the horror comes from the Thing could be anyone, and the Thing is a smart horror predator. It's a smart horror predator trying to combat smart horror movie victims, actually trying to find the Thing and killing it before it can spread. The Thing, ultra creepy monster, to the point where we never actually see what it looks like. Unless you watch Linkara's reviews, then the Thing looks hilariously weird. Watch Linkara's The Thing comic reviews, those are good. The Thing, good. Unlike the original, it was actually scary, yeah. The Thing remake, a million times better than the 50s horror movie. Like, I'm just gonna say it, the 50s horror movie was really boring, really slow. It's not a bad movie, but it's a lot more of an old-fashioned thriller. This indulges in full-on horror, grotesque horror, body horror, lots of paranoia that the Thing could be anywhere and be anyone, which was actually good because it's a horror story. Unlike the original, it's actually scary. HE double golf clubs, yeah, yep, the Thing is awesome. Hell yes, I absolutely love the Thing, especially the remake. An 80s classic and masterpiece. The spider head reminds me of that baby head from Toy Story. Wonder if they took inspiration from this. Yeah, it looks like one of the LGMs from Toy Story in the comic. It is hilarious how the comic made the Thing look doofy in its appearance. It's still widely debated if the Thing lived because we don't see the reflection in the black guy's eyes. Yeah, unless you play the video game, then the video game spoils the twist ending of this. Yeah, the Thing comic series is something else. Yeah, Linkara's reviews definitely recommend those. The Thing in the original Lily was just a man in a coat who runs away from wolves. Yeah, that Thing was kind of a letdown. He was kind of a generic Frankenstein monster. But yeah, I do think the Thing is awesome. Kurt Russell really kills it as a horror movie survivor. Keith David got his start in this movie and he plays the cool black guy second in command. There's a lot of military guys in this, so they're completely used to it. They're a lot more braver in the face of danger, even when the Thing starts winning. The Thing cannot stand fire. It came here in the cold because it could last longer, but it's going to slowly replicate itself until it makes his way towards normal society, but Kurt Russell and pals try to defeat it. Why did the 70s and 80s have so many good remakes? Because back then people were passionate about their filmmaking and delivered epic stories they could call their own. Whereas today, they're just trying to regurgitate a lot of great stuff without adding anything new, or the stuff they do add is terrible and political topical crap. Okay, so besides from the very intense dread and paranoia, the effects in this movie are marvelous. Like, there's so many awesome practical blood and gore and Thing shape-shifting effects. The Thing monster is always creepy. We have the infamous spider head. We have the characters growing mouths in their torsos. We have tentacles flying everywhere. A lot of grotesque hybrid mutations. The Thing is basically killing people by assimilating them. We see it do this to a bunch of cute husky dogs. It consumes and eats them, then slowly morphs into their form and divides itself into new versions of them, which are secretly monsters that are also going to eat people and divide and form again. Writing stories almost feels like being a chemist. You mix some formulas together to see what works with the story. Do you have Invasion of the Body Snatchers on the list? Is it on here? I'm not sure it is. I guess it only counted a lot more well-known ones. I don't know, I might have overlooked it. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised how many of the effects hold up so well in this movie. Yeah, the Thing's got really gnarly practical effects. To this day, this movie has aged better. I showed this movie to Wolf for the first time, and Wolf absolutely loved it. It helped it didn't have any topical political crap. It's mostly guys in an Arctic base that are total bros, but then slowly distrusting one another and trying to survive this monster. A lot of gruesome blood and gore. There's tons of body horror thanks to the Thing. A lot of eating people. A lot of characters die gruesome deaths. One of my favorite kills in this movie is where the Thing, in the form of one of the doctors, jumps the military captain and shoves his hand down his mouth, and you could see the tentacles going down his throat, slowly suffocating him to death. That was very gross and brutal, and it's such a low-key horror scene, but a super effective one. In the day before CGI, the practical effects were so convincing to the point where they're still disturbing to look at to this very day. Yeah, the scene that scared Wolf was when they're using the defibrillator on some dying guy. The doctor tries to shock one of his patients, but then a giant monster mouth opens up in his torso and eats the doctor's hands off. That one really scared my brother Wolf. That one was super effective, and it helps that the effects look very good, very convincing. John Carpenter definitely lived up to definitely lived up to his budget. There was surprisingly a small budget on this movie and made great use out of the money and the effects. The Thing is so cool. I actually consider this a Christmas movie just because it takes place in the Arctic, snow, haha. But yeah, Thing is awesome. This might be the #1 best remake on this list because it is so iconic that it completely dethroned the original. I do think it is a million times better than the original because this one was actually faithful to the original book. Even the X-Files play an episode like this movie. Well, the Thing was that influential. This is not just a great remake, one of the greatest horror movies ever. Easily one of John Carpenter's best. To this day, there's still fans that fight over The Thing or Halloween being Carpenter's top movie. I do think The Thing has definitely earned its space as one of his gold standards. But yeah, The Thing, awesome remake, awesome horror movie, awesome effects, awesome actors, awesome suspense. The movie is just plain awesome. It's the happening thing. Okay, so my friend Shadowlink wanted The Mummy, Brendan Fraser's Mummy. And, yep, this one's going on to the best. Yeah, I will put it above Piranha 3D at least. Under The Thing, though. Brendan Fraser's The Mummy, fun. It is dumb fun. It is a really kick-ass action thriller kind of movie. Evie O'Connell, one of the hottest final girls ever. Rachel Weisz was my childhood crush for a long time, thanks to this movie. Imhotep, really kick-ass villain. The Mummy is badass in this. Borderline supervillain horror monster. Really, some of the CGI is definitely a bit dated, especially if you watch this in Blu-ray, but it is fun. Brendan Fraser's Mummy movie is fun. It's a kick-ass throwback to kind of Indiana Jones style horror, mixed with some Johnny Quest style horror. The 5-star horror movie, The Thing. Where's some kind of alien worm? Okay, that X-Files, okay. I won't deny it, Brendan Fraser's The Mummy is awesome. Great cast of characters, effects, and just overall fun. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It is technically a remake of the Boris Karloff Mummy, but we'll just say they took some huge creative liberties and alternate tracks telling the story. But yeah, pretty fun horror movie. It is more so an action movie, but I do count it as horror because The Mummy is scary and there are horror scenes in the first one at least. Basically, Imhotep was an ancient priest who wielded magic. He had a secret love affair with the pharaoh's fiancée, really hot girl Anaxumna. I think that's her name, Anaxumnama. He had an affair with her, but the pharaoh caught them. They betrayed the pharaoh and killed him, where Imhotep was punished for, doing all these crimes and killing their leader by being mummified. However, a curse was placed upon his tomb, which would resurrect him if ever disturbed, where, surprise, our cast of characters discover the location of the mummy's tomb and try to find his treasure, only to accidentally revive Imhotep, where he becomes the monstrous mummy, an evil, vicious monster who basically cannibalizes people until he regrows his body parts and becomes a whole person again in the mortal realm. Imhotep wants to revive Anaxumnama so they can be together, and, of course, Rachel Weisz's Evie O'Connell looks exactly like her, and is basically the perfect sacrifice to use to revive his dead girlfriend. Where he goes on this manhunt for Rick O'Connell's team, trying to get his girlfriend and kill the heroes so he can revive his girlfriend and they can become an evil sorcery couple taking over the world. Anaxumnama. I even like The Mummy Returns a bit. Well, for the most part, it did have some flaws. I love both The Mummy and The Mummy Returns. Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, I tried watching it, didn't get into it the first time. I might try it again, but haven't watched it. Next power for The Mummy is Lamp with a Face. The sequel was even better. I personally think the CGI car made it look a little creepy. Upset for the Rock cameo. Oh yeah, the Scorpion King. So, I do love The Mummy and The Mummy Returns. I know they're not perfect films, but they're pure fun. That's what makes them fun. They made horror and mummies fun. You can really tell the director really loved ancient Egypt mythology because there's a lot of illusions, a lot of monsters. The mummies look really cool. They fight Anubis and the Scorpion King in the sequel. This movie, it's mainly Imhotep and his monster scheme to take over the world. We see like the plagues of Egypt unleashed upon the land and really nightmare stuff. The scarab beetles are still creepy to this day. The scarab beetles eat human flesh. There's this very, very gross, twisted scene where they kill the fat idiot prison warden, where they burrow under his skin and slowly eat him from the inside until they reach his brain. But kind of turned funny when he rams himself into a wall. Yeah, the scarabs are creepy in all of these. Sorry, just reading some comments. Have a whole bunch of nostalgia for The Mummy. The Mummy Returns and The Mummy Secrets of the Magi, the cartoon series. Yeah, I watched that cartoon. It was alright, but it definitely nerfed from the hardcore movies. Fuck Quest for the Lost Scroll, though. Waste of time and money. Ha, Emily called it. The Rock CGI is funny. Yeah, the Scorpion King looked bad. Tomb of the Dragon Emperor was fine. Used to hate it, but it's not as bad as I remember. Any movie was better than the Tom Cruise mummy garbage. Yeah, totally agree. Haven't revisited Tomb of the Dragon Emperor in a good while. Remember liking it as a kid, but that's about it. Well, I also haven't seen it because they removed Rachel Weisz, who was Evie O'Connell, one of my favorite Final Girls, by the way. Yes, this is a plug for my top 10 hottest Final Girls. She made it on that list. Anubis is not a bad guy. Why do these movies always make him one? Yeah, they always make Anubis the bad guy. Well, because he's Lord of the Dead, so it's easier to have him as, like, Satan / the Grim Reaper in them. The man-eating beetles were literally the scariest part of the movie. Yeah, the scarabs, those were creepy. The Scorpion King one was actually good. Are you talking about The Mummy Returns or the Scorpion King spin-off movie? So, the heroes of The Mummy are Brendan Fraser as Rick O'Connell. We meet Evie. We meet her brother Jonathan, who genuinely is pretty funny, not gonna lie. He's a parody of the old comic relief, but Daryl Hannah is actually pretty humorous. I did like him and laugh at his stupidity a lot. And basically they team up with like these rival American archaeologists. They're trying to race for the tomb. There's the evil Americans who want the tomb for the gold. There's Rick and Evie. Rick is initially a dick in this movie, but he slowly but surely grows to like Evie because Rachel Weisz is a perfect 10 out of 10. So, yeah, he slowly but surely grows to like Evie. They have a falling in love story. There's an old school romance. They go from hating each other to loving each other. We see Evie is actually very smart, very crafty. She does have her skills. Brendan Fraser is a badass. He does have his dick moments, but we see he has a good heart deep down. Eventually, when Evie gets taken hostage by the mummy, Rick does the right thing and saves the day. They fly a plane, fight the sandstorm, fight evil mummies. Really badass action, not gonna lie. That's what makes this movie so fun. A lot of kick-ass action. Brendan Fraser did do his own stunts, so that is actually him pounding mummies and hopping huge parkour jumps like that. Really cool. Imhotep is very creepy. He's such a threatening villain. Yeah, he's no Boris Karloff, but really kick-ass supervillain type of evil, if you catch my drift. Hey, Jon Snow, you're back. We're talking about the Mummy remake. The spin-off, okay. Alright, I'll be back. See you, Shadowlink. Just know the Mummy is great. Because the Mummy movies were over, so they need to milk the darn Scorpion King with 5 movies. Yeah, The Rock wasn't even in all of them. Also, Egyptian mythology is mythology for furries. Well, Egyptian mythology is fun. It's really cool, and you could tell the director really liked ancient Egypt and the mythical creatures because they're all over this and the sequels. And yeah, basically they kick Imhotep's butt, they turn him mortal, Rick O'Connell stabs him, the pyramid falls apart, the douchey traitor Benny gets swarmed by the man-eating beetles in a really creepy-ass scene, not gonna lie. It's such a lighthearted movie that there's surprisingly some dark scares in this too, and Benny's death is definitely one of them. Satisfying, but still horrifying. They escape, they get the treasure, and Brendan Fraser's a good guy who wins the girl. Eve O'Connell, definitely one of the best final girls ever. Yes, I will fight you with on that. She is a total final girl. This was a horror movie, okay? They run off and they get the treasure and the adventure continues for a few more sequels. Yeah, this one's definitely fun. I know it's not a hardcore horror movie. It is more so a horror action story. There are scary moments. The mummy actually does feel like a monster in this, and there are some intense scenes, some dark scares, lots of lighthearted and dark humor jokes, but the mummy really kicks ass. I recommend it, and I do think it is one of the best remakes ever. It deserves more respect. I wish we had more movies like it. Ones that just want to be dumb fun for the audience, and do show their love and admiration for the classics, rather than mocking them. So the mummy's definitely going on the best. Oh, okay, I did catch up. Okay. Yeah, mummy on the best. Alright. So, let's do another iconic killer. Let's do Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I think 2003. This one, I'll put on not bad. Yeah, okay, so the Texas Chainsaw Massacre has had so many reboots and sequels that it's very hard to pinpoint. This one was technically a remake of the original 70s one, albeit with some creative liberties. This one, not bad, but just kind of forgettable. Yeah, Jessica Biel's pretty hot. Arlie Ermey is the best character in this timeline. Leatherface is kind of generic. They gave him an interesting backstory. He has this disease where he's losing his skin, hence the name Leatherface, because he wears replacement faces to hide his deformed look. He has like a whittled out skull in some photos and shots, but yeah, this one I think is alright. It's not that bad, but definitely not super good either. I thought Emily would be here because I'm talking about her boy Leatherface, but no, apparently not. Sorry, Emily, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake is going on not that bad. This one I didn't hate, but I also don't really love it. I do think it's a bit dull in places, and one of the few mediocre Platinum Dunes remakes. Platinum Dunes is infamous for making a lot of crap, namely the Elm Street remake down here, and Halloween I'm pretty sure was made by them. They did make Friday the 13th, which was good, but this one is just kind of meh. It's basically reenacting the first movie, but we have different versions of the Sawyer family. Hoyt is definitely the best character. Arlie Ermy is very cool, very hammy, but very intense. He's always good in everything. No, I'm here. I'm just doing something. Oh, hey, Emily. Glad you were here. I think that most of the sequels are not canon because they changed the story. Well, Texas Chainsaw has some pretty awful continuity, even in the main timelines. At least they didn't make him accidentally funny. Yeah, they didn't. Leatherface is definitely creepy in this, but he's not like his original character. Leatherface is basically a big, giant man-child. He has a childish, innocent nature to him where he's basically corrupted by his family. This version of Leatherface is too focused. He's very much into the evil his family does. He's basically their enforcer. I know he's their enforcer in the original too, but he had this kind of innocence because he's mentally challenged. Here, Leatherface is he's very aware of his evil, and he's still indulging in them. Leatherface basically chases teens who break into their land. The teens are trying to go to a concert in this version and smuggling drugs, whereas in the original, they were trying to check out their family's graves because they feared that their grandparents got grave robbed. Spoilers, they were, because the Sawyer family were looting corpses to use as meat to eat. Here, the cannibalism is sort of implied, but never directly said. I don't even know if they're cannibals in this version, because we do see them have the meat hooks and they do take people, but they never actually do cannibalism, which is a problem for a cannibal murder villain family. Why are you apologizing to me? I don't like this one. My brother does. I think it's made at best carried by Arlie Ermy as the cop. Yeah, Arlie Ermy, the best part of these movies. Okay, Emily. Just showed up and I knew it would be garbage. As I once said before, Tim Curry is the true Pennywise. That he is. We're on Texas Chainsaw Massacre right now. Yeah, basically repeating the first movie. Jessica Biel plays the final girl, and yeah, she's pretty hot, and she actually has an interesting story. You do root for her. She had a lot more depth than Sally did, but that's not saying much. You do root for her. Her friends are getting picked off and cannibalized, I think, by this clan. Eventually, Leatherface chases her, but she gets away. And they sort of do something else instead of the angry chainsaw dance, but it's very generic. And yeah, it's just forgettable. That's my only problem with this reboot. It is very forgettable. It's slow, it's boring, it has some awesome scenes and graphic kills, very great imagery, not gonna lie. Leatherface does have his scary moments, but honestly, I don't remember a ton of it, and I don't think a lot of people really loved it all that much. It is not one of the worst things ever, but I will stick it on not that bad. Alright, so I might have to get something. We have one in every column. Let's do a never seen. Let's do Firestarter. This one I've never seen. Yeah, I know. Sorry, my Stephen King fans. I've never seen Firestarter. I've never seen the original. Never even knew it had a remake until seeing it advertised. Fun fact, I actually thought this was going to be an origin story for Spider-Man's amazing friend Firestar, because it's about a girl who starts fires and we see her origin. I thought it was going to be Firestar's origin, especially because the title made it seem that way. But nope, it's about a Stephen King psychic girl who can start fires with her mind, and never saw it. Never saw the original, and I didn't even know it had a remake until now. I remember seeing the trailers, but I've never heard of it coming out in theaters. Yeah, I thought it was a streaming thing, too. Okay, speaking of never seen, I'm also gonna put The Eye on here. Never even heard of this movie. Yeah, The Eye. I never heard of this. Has anyone seen this? If so, feel free to tell me what you thought of it. But yeah, never watched this, never even heard of it. The Eye will be on Never Seen. Okay, we'll do one more never seen, The Mirrors. Yeah, never even heard of this movie either. I know Emily will probably be pissed, but never even heard of Mirrors. How was Mirrors? Never seen Mirrors. I remember seeing trailers for a haunted mirror movie, so it could be this, but if I never seen it. Never seen Mirrors at all. Emily, if you've seen Mirrors, tell me what you think of Mirrors. I never knew that there was an original. I think I personally forgot it because, again, why is Hollywood so creatively bankrupt? Okay, and this might disappoint people, but I'm also going to put Let Me In on Never Seen. Yeah, sorry, I have not seen this movie. I have seen reviews of it, but never watched it personally. This is the one about the bullied boy who befriends a vampire girl. And they have this tragic love story where the vampire girl and the bullied boy slowly but surely fall in love together. I think Chloe Grace Moritz plays the vampire girl. She shows her love to him by killing his bullies, killing his enemies, and protecting him, and he's destined to be her carrier, if that makes sense, but never fully watched it. Also, Dylan Minette's apparently in this movie, and he dies graphically because, of course he does, but yeah, never fully seen Let Me In. Does that mean you've never seen I Spit on Your Grave that you have on the list? We'll get to that. I didn't even know there was an original Firestarter, but like you, I thought it was a movie about Firestar when the remake came out, lol. I wish we got a Firestar movie. That would have been better than whatever crap Stephen King farted out. The Mirrors movie you're probably thinking of was Oculus. Yeah, that does sound familiar. Okay, normally I say it as a joke, but sorry, kitty, I got a boo on you for not seeing Let Me In. That's just unacceptable. I'm sorry, my vampire queen, but never seen Let Me In. Mostly because, honestly, it sounds very depressing, and that has kind of turned me away from watching it. Let Me In sounds like it's going to be in a depressing vein for, like, Carrie, which has not exactly goaded me into giving it a try. Never fully seen Let Me In. I've only seen Andy the Maniacal Cinephile review it, and I've seen Filmmaster Adam review it. So, I can't say that I have a perspective on it myself. It's going on Never Seen. Alright, so let's see something I have seen. Alright. Oh, The Hills Have Eyes. The Hills Have Eyes remake. This one, going on the best. That's right, the 2006, I think 2006, The Hills Have Eyes remake. Kick-ass. It is badass. I do think it's almost scarier than Wes Craven's original. The Hills Have Eyes remake, old-fashioned, campers get lost in the desert only for a serial killer to jump them, but this time it's the nuclear family versus a literal nuclear family of psychotic hillbilly serial killers trying to pick off the family one by one. And really kick-ass. The effects for the mutants look so grotesque and so awesome. I'm not gonna lie, it looks pretty good to this day. JK. Can I get a boo in the chat, please? Emily, I know I haven't seen Let Me In. Anyways, The Hills Have Eyes. Basically, a family that's having kind of dysfunction at the moment is going on a camping trip to try and rebuild their family bond, only to get completely lost in a desert in the middle of nowhere, where a family of mutant rednecks slowly but surely hunt them down. They scope the family out, they stalk them, they lay traps, and they basically want to capture the family to eat and possibly rape them. It's implied in this movie, but outright told to you in the original. The rape scene is outright there. It is present in the original. Here, it's more so implied. I remember seeing the Hills movie, and in the opening of The Mutants scared me. Yeah, the mutants are very grotesque. The mutants look very deformed, have a lot of great makeup, great practical effects. The mutants are a lot more barbaric animals in this version. Derek Mears, who played Jason, plays Bluto in this, and yeah, he looked pretty cool. And this has my favorite mutant, Big Brain, a mutant who looks like the Hulk's leader, but his brain is so huge that he can't walk. He's like sitting in like a wheelchair because his neck might snap if he ever sat upright, but really gnarly. He looks like the leader from Hulk, looking a lot better than the leaked photos I've seen of Captain America 4, by the way. Yeah, Big Brain gives this plot exposition where he reveals that they were mutated because their town was used as a bomb testing site for the nuclear bomb. The mutants got mutated by radiation and turned into gamma radiation Hulk monsters, where they now live in this town, scavenging, killing anybody stupid enough to cross into their territory to basically rob them, eat them, and unfortunately, in some cases, mate with them. They target the family, and basically, the dad basically becomes a man. He starts showing backbone, grows a spine. The mom gains more of a bond with her husband, stands up for her children. The children at last listen to their parents, and the dog is really cool. The dog is like the best hero in this movie. Yeah, that tells you how good it is. A cat is praising a dog. The dog actually kills some of the mutants and murders Big Brain, my favorite. And yeah, it does recreate a lot of Wes Craven's imagery, but goes into more depth on the mutants. That's why I do like it a bit more than Wes Craven's original. We actually get a lot more screen time with the mutants, a lot more backstory for them, whereas they were kind of vague and shrouded in mystery in Craven's original. The death traps are much more gnarly. There is some savage blood and gore, savage traps, savage kills, and surprisingly kick-ass action too. The dad basically fights to defend his family because he cares for them, gets into a lot of brutal fistfights with the mutants. He chucks, I think, Lizard off a cliff, and we see him kill Bluto. The dog backs him up. They become real badass men. It is a fun movie, not gonna lie. I think The Hills Have Eyes remake actually outclasses Wes Craven's classic. I know, Emily, that's blasphemy because Wes Craven is the man, but what can I say? The Hills Have Eyes is definitely a trip worth going on. Might need some more water soon. Alright. Fright Night. Alright, I'll tell you what I think about Fright Night. Fright Night was one of the greatest 80s horror movies ever, and it got a remake. And Fright Night, I'll tell you, I never saw it. Yeah. Alright, so I know this is also going to shock my horror community, but I have never even seen the original Fright Night. And in fact, I never even knew it had a remake until seeing Andy the Maniacal Cinephile's review on it. I have not watched either Fright Night. I know I haven't watched the original one, which is a horror classic, and I have not even seen the remake because I didn't know the remake existed. Wes is the best. Yeah, for Wes, Fright Night original is great. The remake is just so corporate. Like, it felt like a by-the-numbers production horror movie. So bland, so boring. Oh, really? I heard some people actually liked the remake. If you like Fright Night, that's fine, but I've never seen it. If you hate it, that's fine also, because I really don't have an opinion on this because I haven't seen it. Yeah, sorry folks, but I can't comment on Fright Night because it's on Never Seen. Speaking of which, Carnival of Souls is going on Never Seen. Yeah, I never even heard of Carnival of Souls, the original. Sorry, never seen Carnival of Souls, the original or the remake, so it's going on Never Seen. Also, I'm afraid I have to put George A. Romero's The Crazies on Never Seen. Yeah, I know, I haven't seen a lot of good horror movies, have I? The Crazies, I heard is good. I will say that. Some people say they loved it. Some people say it's actually better, but George A. Romero's The Crazies Not on my watch list. Never watched it, never watched the remake. I am completely unfamiliar with this. Carnival of Souls had a remake? Well, it's right here, Emily. Yeah, never seen Carnival of Souls, never seen George A. Romero's The Crazies, the original or the classic. Sorry. Alright, let's put on something I did watch. Oh, Prom Night. Everything is alright. Prom Night, the remake, going on Garbage Day. Yeah, Prom Night's remake is bad. Prom Night originally was a movie about a supernatural ghost haunting a school. This one decided to take out all supernatural elements and make it a generic slasher movie. Yeah, Mary Lou and any of the ghosts and supernatural haunted school shenanigans, gone. It is basically a slasher slash stalker thriller. This creepy pedophile teacher who was arrested a long time ago breaks out of prison and tries to attack the girl who he stalked so he can get revenge on her, either raping her, killing her, maybe not even in that order. And yeah, it's pretty lame. It's a garbage CW horror slasher. That's all you need to know. Fair. Yeah. Thanks, Monica. Sorry, I haven't seen The Crazies, haven't seen Carnival of Souls, haven't even seen Fright Night, and Emily's pissed I haven't seen Let Me In. Sorry, Em. Maybe someday. Anyways, Prom Night, it's bad. Basically, this guy is not a very interesting killer. We don't know about the creepy pedo teacher all that much. They don't go into detail other than he traumatized the main girl. The main girl and her school are going to the most expensive prom ever, which is being hosted at like a Hilton hotel. Basically, the teacher goes there, and despite being a wanted felon who's on the lam and hunted by cops everywhere, he disguises himself by wearing a hat. Yes, I am dead serious. He just wears like a baseball cap that hides his face, and he follows the girl to her prom and is basically picking off people one by one at this hotel, and miraculously nobody sees him or notices the dead bodies until it's too late. Oh, by the way, this horror movie based on an R-rated classic is also PG-13. The kills are a lot more subdued in this movie. I guess they thought the teacher's stalker plot was much creepier. Apparently no one at the school recognizes him, none of the faculty who he worked with, and none of the kids who attended his class notice him because that hat just hides too much of him. And he goes on a generic slasher spree. Sarcastic. Oh, wow. Emily got the tomatoes out. Sorry, Emily. Prom Night is bad. And I haven't seen Let Me In. Yeah, basically, it is a generic slasher movie. The guy is, like, hiding in this hotel, and nobody can somehow find him despite it being a crowded prom there. There's, like, literally limousines, and cops are there, like, hunting for him because they believe he's going after the same girl. Spoiler alert, he is. They really try to overhype the prom killer as this ultra badass. He's like the smart Hannibal Lecter because he escaped prison, but we don't really get to know him all that well outside of he's stalking the girl because she's hot, which, yeah, I can't really blame him for that, but still, he's just a generic creeper in this, and it has really nothing to do with the original Prom Night. That is the problem. It has little to no ties to the Prom Night classic and is a generic by-the-numbers formulaic slasher parody. Like, it is just a slasher, generic evil guy picking off teenagers. The killer's not interesting. None of the kills are interesting. It's PG-13, so it did tone down most of the scares, and most of the scares are jump scares, which, as we all know, are lazy and very cheap. That disguise is almost as bad as Clark Kent's glasses. Yeah, he just wears a baseball cap over him and doesn't really hide his face, but somehow nobody notices him. Like, he did steal, like, a pair of clothes. Like, he stole, like, civilian clothes. He tore off his jumpsuit, but yeah, he's not really hiding his face. He didn't even like shave his facial hair. He looks the exact same as when he broke out of prison. So yeah, basically no one recognizes him. He eventually gets foiled. He fails to kill the girl. And I guess they let him escape because they were going to have a sequel, which never happened. I might be misremembering that wrong, but it's just so by the numbers. Yeah, prom night, it fails. A bad cash grab that has nothing to do with the original. It is an in-name only product which tried to make money off a popular brand name, and that is why it fails. Garbage. Talk about a lame dance number. That's just a lazy movie, I agree. Alright, so what else do we have here? Okay, so I'm going to use the restroom again. You guys, feel free to vote on what you want to see next. We actually are narrowing it down, so cast your vote below. I'll be back. All of these shitty remakes, is there a single gem? They got it right already, can't hold a candle to them. Remember that, Emily? That's the song we all know from that maniacal cinephile. I vote for you to see Let Me In. Love, JK. Sorry, I have not seen Let Me In. Oh, but you know what else I haven't seen? Quarantine. Yeah, I know, some people probably never even heard of this movie, but Quarantine got a remake, and I've never seen it. I know Phaelus did a great review on this, so highly recommend watching Phaelus talk about it, but the movie itself, never seen it. Oh, and this might break a few hearts, but I've never seen the Night of the Living Dead remake. Yeah, I know, this one is also on my watch list, but never really saw it. I know of the original, but never watched the Night of the Living Dead remake. This is the one that has the famous scene where the guy is running away from zombies only for them to come out of the elevator. We see the zombies pounding through a brick wall. I've seen all the memes and gifs, but never actually watched this movie. I'm sorry, my zombie fans. I saw it on Dead Meat. Oh, you have? Okay. I know Dead Meat's probably talked about most of these. Speaking of which, Emily, I can't put Maniac Cop anywhere on this list because I have not seen it. Yeah, sorry, Emily, I have not seen Maniac Cop's remake. I haven't even seen the original Maniac Cop, so it's going on never seen. I know, I'm a disgrace. Alright, let's talk about something good. Let's talk about The Fly. Oh yeah, Jeff Goldblum's The Fly. Going on to the best. I will put it above it, but below Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead, because I just love that more. This is The Fly, the one with Jeff Goldblum, H.R. Geiger's epic designs, and those really awesome body horror effects. This is the one where the scientist who's testing his new teleporter, Jeff Goldblum, accidentally gets spliced together with a fly. A fly flies into the teleporter as he's using it. He's trying to show that his teleporter can work, but it accidentally crosses both their DNAs, and he and the fly become one, where we undergo a lot of intense body horror and awesome practical effects, where Jeff Goldblum slowly becomes a mutant fly monster. We see him grow fly parts, gain super strength, spit acid like a fly. He loses his skin and grows a lot of insect parts, and slowly losing his mind because he's soon growing unstable. Sorry, just checking my comments if anyone said anything. Yeah. Fly, really gnarly, really awesome horror movie. This one is not only a pioneer in fantastic practical effects and makeup, but also one of the greatest sci-fi horror movies. It is a total body horror movie, so if you're squeamish, a lot of gross stuff. We see Jeff Goldblum spit on people with acid and it melts them away. We see him break a guy's arm where you can see bone. We see acid melting off one of the main characters' arms completely. We see Goldblum's, like, his face is falling apart. His arms are falling off and being replaced by insect appendages. He's growing, like, hairy scales, a lot of gross mandibles. We see his face burst open and his eyes pop out, replaced by insect eyes. H.R. Geiger's monster designs are really gnarly, and The Fly is no exception. The Fly has basically a dark romance kind of story, like a total Beauty and the Beast turned nightmare. Jeff Goldblum falls in love with this reporter who's doing a special story on his teleporter device. They form a romance. He wants to prove that his machine works. A lot of sexy Jeff Goldblum shots before he turns into a mutant freak, but don't worry, ladies, if you want fan service of hot guys, this one definitely has you covered. A lot of naked guy scenes in this one, so clearly they wanted to appeal to women horror fans, but probably gonna be turned off by the gore and body horror, not gonna lie, pretty intense. Basically, The Fly is sort of also a metaphor for, like, a person who's dying of cancer, suffering from a disease that's slowly deteriorating their mind because Jeff Goldblum is becoming insane the more the Fly DNA crosses with his. The girlfriend has this kind of love triangle. She has a coworker who's, like, simping for her and trying to get back with her, but she also has this romance with Jeff Goldblum. She tries to bring Goldblum back to the light side, help him recollect his marbles, trying to help find a way to cure him of his mutation. However, we find out, dun dun dun, the girlfriend is pregnant with Jeff Goldblum's baby, and both of them have different ideas for the baby. Basically, she's terrified that the baby might be a mutant fly monster because she had sex with Jeff Goldblum after his DNA was spliced and the baby could evolve into a mutant freak. Jeff Goldblum doesn't want to kill the baby, but wants to keep it, so he goes to disturbing extreme lengths to stalk and follow his girlfriend as a mutant monster, so he can bring her and the child back to him and raise it as his own. And he's going to basically do this by force, slowly becoming a monster. Every passing day, he's infected by the Fly DNA. He's becoming more and more monstrous, so before he becomes like Baxter Stockman Fly. He takes the girlfriend so he could have the baby, then he decides that he's going to mutate her, kind of old-fashioned B-movie style like the Vincent Price movie. However, the nice guy who keeps simping for the lead girl decides to help her, gets his arm melted off by the acid spit. Eventually, Jeff Goldblum tries to teleport them all, and then the boyfriend sabotages the machine, saves the girl and her unborn baby, while Jeff Goldblum accidentally gets spliced with metal and turns into this grotesque body horror monster, where the girlfriend mercy kills him by blasting off his insect head. And it ends on a downer, dark, depressing ending. Their romance was not meant to be. Jeff Goldblum was somebody who aspired for more, had such high potential, could have become one of the greatest minds of our time, but eventually gave in to his monstrous side and was basically destroyed by science and had to be put down. Very tragic. It is a very dark story, not gonna lie. This is not exactly a horror movie I'd put on for fun, but it is scary. It is gnarly. It is very inventive, very creative. Jeff Goldblum's Fly became a horror icon thanks to this film. Fun fact, he did play Baxter Stockman in Batman vs. the TMNT movie, What Are the Odds? Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, The Fly actually inspired Baxter Stockman. At least the Fly Baxter Stockman. If you're wondering how TMNT came up with that character, it was 100% thanks to this movie. And yeah, the effects really held up. The body horror is gross, and the Fly effects are so cool. I would say The Fly 2 is also underrated because they carried on the trippy effects. This is an old-fashioned monster movie and science run amok tale, and has definitely held up well. The Fly is definitely one of the best remakes ever. And if you're curious, I do kind of like the Vincent Price movie a bit more because their Fly also had a unique design. It's a lot slower, but it also didn't make me barf chunks like this movie's hardcore horror did. But maybe that's a selling point for some of you. The Fly definitely soared very high as a successful experiment. It belongs on the best of the best. Alright, what all do we have? There are some I don't recognize. I guess we should cross those off. Alright, Rabid. I'm putting on never seen. Sorry, never even heard of this movie. Rabid, it might be a remake on something I know of, but I don't know what it is. If someone in the comment section knows what it is, tell me what you thought about Rabid. One Missed Call. Have not seen either. Sorry, I've seen When a Stranger Calls, the original at least. One Missed Call, I didn't even know it had an original. I'll put on there. Flatliners. I know my friend Blacksmith Orange really loved the original. I have never seen the original or the remake. Flatliners, I only know of this movie through Phalis' reviews, so Blacksmith Orange, if you're watching this, please tell me what you thought of the Flatliners remake. Hey, Network, glad you made it. Here's one I have seen. The Omen. The one that came out on 6/6/2006. Omen going on to Garbage Day. Yeah, it's bad. I have watched this movie, and tragically, I did see this one before the original Omen, so that stings a whole lot more because the original Omen is a classic. Its remake, however, not very much. Wicker Man, definitely trash. Not the best. My eyes. Yeah, Emily wants to hear me talk about that one. But we're on The Omen. The Omen is garbage. It is exactly like Gus Van Sant's Psycho. A complete 100% shot-for-shot remake, just with modern day effects and a bit weaker actors and atmosphere. I don't think the Omen remake is very good or as effective as the cheesy 70s version. The kid playing Damien is fine. However, Liev Schreiber as the father, definitely a bit of a miss there. I just think the priest is also less crazy in this movie. However, they just repeat a lot of the same, and the effects are not very scary. It's not super creepy. It is very jump scare heavy, very in-your-face kind of horror. Damien is not as terrifying as he was in the original. Damien's a lot more generic creepy child in this movie. His powers are not super impressive. The attack scene with the dogs actually looks worse than the 70s movie. And honestly, some scenes in this movie are so bad, they made me laugh. The scene where the nanny, who's been possessed by Damien, tries to fight Liev Schreiber, gets hit by a car, made me laugh. Like, try watching that scene without cracking up laughing, where the nanny tries jumping Liev Schreiber driving the car, only for him to hilariously plow into her and run her over with it. It's just so goofy. I don't mind It Chapter 2 or Child's Play 2019 and Nightmare 2010 is not great, but I like Jackie Earle Haley as Freddy. Well, this is my list, and I think they're hot garbage. Yeah, Omen suffers the same problem as Gus Van Sant's Psycho. They just recreate every scene, but do it worse. It is very clear they did not understand what made the original Omen such a horror epic. The original Omen is creepy, it is atmospheric. Here, it's just generic. It's by the numbers. Damien is a pretty mediocre, creepy child. They do everything as you'd expect. He's jump scare, he doesn't talk, he makes creepy drawings, he influences people with his magic powers, but Damien's not super scary in this, and the dog they adopt is also not scary. The dog looked monstrous in the original. The dog looks too cute in this movie. The hellhounds, not very threatening. As you know, Liev Schreiber basically does the same story arc as the dad. He slowly realizes his new foster child is a monster. Damien is the spawn of Satan. He was actually the Antichrist, and he's slowly but surely killing people, and he realizes that he has to stop his son because he's using him to rise to power. He tries to kill the Antichrist, but fails because the evil was too strong, and Damien gets adopted by the president. Yes, I'm serious. He gets adopted by the president, and he's going to become evil. He is no good son. Even though you never saw the 1990 Night of the Living Dead remake, I can tell you that it's 100 times better than the original, just like Dawn of the Dead. Okay, that's good to know. I've heard good things about it, but Dawn of the Dead I have seen, and it's right up my alley. Just never seen most of these. I'm sorry, there might be more I've never seen. Okay. Silent House. Never seen this one. I didn't even know there was an original Silent House. Yet never even heard of this. If someone's seen Silent House, please tell me. Tell me what you thought of it. Tell me if the remake's any good, but me, not much to say. Have not seen it. And, Sorority Row. I have also not seen it. This one I have heard negative reactions to. I heard some people hate it. It's a slasher movie with sorority girls, which sounds like a typical by-the-numbers horror plot, but never seen the remake. Don't know Sorority Row that well, so it's going on never seen. This one might piss a lot of people off. Cape Fear. Never seen it. Never seen Cape Fear, the original or Robert De Niro's remake. I have heard good things about this movie, so feel free to watch this one. Cape Fear is apparently a masterpiece horror flick, but I've never watched it. I've never seen the original, and this has the famous scene where the guy's smoking and laughing in the movie theater, annoying the other patrons. It's about a released convict targeting his lawyer for getting him sent to prison and failing him. Never fully watched it. I only know of the Simpsons parody. Maybe the kid is adopted so they can make a sequel when the mid grows up, I think. They did make a sequel to The Omen, the original Omen timeline, but not the remake timeline. In other words, the George Romero Zombies movie was the only perfect trilogy of remakes, yeah. Bummed you haven't seen Sorority Row. Not as much as Let Me In. Get on that there while be a test. JK. Sorry, haven't seen Sorority Row. Haven't seen Cape Fear. I've only seen this through the Simpsons parody with Sideshow Bob. But yeah, never saw it. Alright, let's talk about something I have seen. The Blob. Yeah, the Blob remake, which I'm gonna put on not that bad. Yeah, this is gonna piss off so many people, but I thought the Blob remake was alright. I watched this for the first time. The Blob effects are really cool. That is the best part. The Blob is really gnarly in this movie. It stars Amanda Young as the final girl. Yes, Amanda Young from the Saw movies in one of her earliest film roles. It is a remake of an old school 50s creature feature, the Blob. The Blob is an alien blob monster that crash landed on our planet and slowly but surely starts killing people around an old school mountain town, where it's consuming them and growing bigger until it'll eventually evolve into a kaiju monster who will be unstoppable. And I thought it was alright. Yeah, I know a lot of people actually requested me to review this movie, if you can believe it or not, but I think it's fine. It's fine. It's not that bad. I don't think it's a horror masterpiece like so many people say. It's just kind of fine. It's slow. It's dull at times. The effects are definitely the best part. The Blob kills are super cool. I love it when the monster's on screen, but the problem is the monster isn't as on screen as you think. It's on screen for half the movie, while the rest of the half is either the kids or the government agents. When is the final boy? You have to clarify that. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I don't think the final boy's a movie on here, or you could be asking about my final boy questions. I couldn't wait until you get to this one, but the Blob in the 1980s was actually creepy. Yeah, a lot of people love that. The effects have definitely held up very well. The Blob is scary. I'm not gonna lie, the Blob is the best part of this movie because of course he is. My problem is the humans. They're not very interesting. They're all very boring. There's a love story where Amanda Young loses her boyfriend, then slowly falls for the rough, tough, bad boy biker dude. And they get into wacky adventures trying to run from the Blob. The best scene is the sewer scene where the Blob chases them underground. It kills one of the little boys. Yes, the Blob actually kills children in this version. They barely escape. Amanda Young is desperately climbing up the sewer ladder. She barely escapes the Blob. The Blob looks really cool. A lot of great effects. A lot of trippy CGI, trippy practical effects too. Getting consumed by the Blob is nightmare-inducing. However, where it starts to lose me is with the subplots with all the humans. There's this crazy priest who thinks it's Judgment Day and the Blob is like a demon bringing down like fire and brimstone, killing all the sinners and bringing the end. I did not get that. There's this corrupt government agent guy who tries to seal off the town. We find out, dun dun dun, the Blob was a government experiment, and the government is actually using the town as a test zone. They control the Blob and are using it to kill people because the Blob is supposed to help them kill communists. I think. I'm not sure I can control a monster, but yeah, that's the thing. I did like the guy playing the government agent. He has this very creepy charm, charisma, this very smooth voice, this loving grandfatherly-like voice to trick you into thinking he's good. Why didn't the Blob 1980s get a remake? Because it's been remade once, so they figured why remake it another time. It also shows in one of the kill scenes of the Blob, also has a hive mind, love its victims. Yeah, the Blob is actually smarter in this. The Blob, big shock, breaks free of the government control and kills the government agent leading it. Really cool kill where he sucks him in and goes up his environmental suit, choking him to death, like while he's standing on ground. The Blob attacks, and they eventually realize that the cold can defeat the Blob. Amanda Young and her biker boyfriend try to go into like a fire truck to make it extremely cold temperature to hose the Blob to death, and they succeed, except the crazy priest guy collected a single cell piece of the Blob and formed a cult around it or something, which really confused me. The priest guy has like the Blob cell in a jar, and he's going to unleash it upon the world himself because he wants to bring Judgment Day or something. It doesn't really make sense and kind of confusing, which is why I didn't really like it all that much. I think the Blob is fine, but a lot of people love it and would put it up there among the best, but controversial opinion, I think it's fine. Sorry, I'm gonna need to rejuice on my waters. Alright, we're making some pretty good progress. I know a lot of people like the Blob, but I'm putting it on not that bad. New villain for the sequel? Because there was a sequel to the 50s Blob called Beware the Blob or Son of the Blob. Oh, okay, so they were trying to set up their own remake sequels, I guess, which we've never had because, yeah, apparently this movie came out in the 80s, it is now 2025, and we have not seen a sequel, and the Blob is pretty much an obscure horror monster by now. But yeah, I'll put it on not that bad. Sorry, folks, but didn't love it all that much. Alright, let's do the 13 Ghosts. Yes, the 13 Ghosts is a remake, and I'm gonna put it on actually good. Or no, I might put it on a worthy reimagining then, but it'll be below The Ring. The 13 Ghosts, the one with Mr. Monk and and Matthew Lillard is also in this movie. Yeah, Mr. Monk and his family inherit this haunted mansion, which can apparently change like a labyrinth. It's this cool glass maze house, and basically we find out they're in a trap. The house holds 13 ghosts. It's actually their evil relative who's using them as sacrifices, along with the 13 ghosts, to unlock some magical yada yada, while they try to survive the 13 ghosts and the ever-changing labyrinth. Matthew Lillard's in this movie, and he's pretty funny, not gonna lie. I think this is his second greatest horror movie after Scream. I have more nostalgia for the Blob remake than I do the original because I've seen it more and saw it as a kid. Okay, good for you, Emily. I thought the Blob was fine. I don't think it's a horror classic, but I'll put it on not that bad. You know, I might put it above Texas Chainsaw Massacre at least. It does deserve that. I will admit, Beware the Blob was even more generic from the 50s one. Did Scooby-Doo take inspiration from this? I'm sure it did. It was alright. The original 50s one was generic. Okay. Yeah, 13 Ghosts. This was cool. This was a definitely fun one. Basically, Tony Shalhoub is trying to solve the mystery, trying to find his kids, while 13 ghosts prowl around threatening them. Apparently, there's specific backstories for the ghosts, and the backstories are really cool. Honestly, the 13 ghosts themselves are far more interesting than the actual main characters. The 13 ghosts all have these deep, significant backstories which tie to their specific elements that the bad guy is using them for. The house itself is very creepy. It slices people in half with the ever-changing walls. At least like 2 to 3 characters die getting crushed by the house. A lot of people get attacked by the ghosts. Tony Shalhoub is pretty humorous in this. Matthew Lillard really kicks ass. Tony Shalhoub basically has to become a strong father for his children because he's a single dad, and he has to save them from their evil relative who's using them as sacrifices in his weird gizmo invention house, and they have to survive basically a deadly obstacle course. Yeah, the last comment, I was directing it towards the 13 Ghost movie. Yeah, the Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo had a show called Scooby-Doo and the 13 Ghosts. However, got adapted into a movie finale because they remembered they never gave a finale for the show. Yeah, 13 Ghosts, I'm pretty sure it did inspire Scooby-Doo, at least its movie. Tony Shalhoub delivers a fun, hammy performance, but the ghosts themselves are all fun. They're all creative, they're all threatening. They have very unique designs. They have their own backstories, their own elements, and look very creepy. I wish we got more of the ghosts, but no, we get more of the wacky family trying to survive the ghosts and solve the mystery of what's going on at this mansion. I do think it is a worthy reimagining. This one's dumb fun, pure dumb fun. It's not a masterpiece. It does have flaws. I do think the black girl was really annoying in this. They made her a stereotype, and unfortunately not a funny one because she's obnoxious, but yeah, this one's definitely fun overall. I would recommend it, actually. It's just a pure silly kind of Scooby-Doo R-rated movie. This is definitely an entertaining movie, to say the least, and far better than the original. Alright, so what do we want to do next? Wrong Turn. This one's going on Never Seen. I have never seen a Wrong Turn movie after the first one. I believe people hated this one. They call it Woke Turn because even Wrong Turn wasn't immune from being a woke film. Never watched it. I did not like the Wrong Turn franchise. I'm not interested in seeing it, and I've never seen the remake, so it's gone on Never Seen. The House on Haunted Hill. Never seen it. I've never seen the original, and I've never seen the remake. Sorry, it's not gonna be up higher. The Children of the Damned. Never seen this one either. I know John Carpenter made a remake of The Children of the Damned. This one stars Christopher Reeve's Superman as the main character, but never watched it. This is not on my watch list at all. It is one I've completely missed out on. Sorry. The Children of the Corn remake. Never seen it. I'm not sure, is this the sci-fi one or the 2020s one? There are apparently multiple Children of the Corn movies, and I have not seen a single one, and that includes the remake. Alright, getting ones. The new Nosferatu. This one also going on, never seen. Yeah, sorry, I have not seen the new one. This one was way too fresh and relevant for me to actually go and see. I have heard good opinions on this movie. I've heard good news. I heard people like it. Bill Skarsgård, who played Pennywise, is back as the vampire, Count Orlok. I have seen the original, and I did like it. It's an old-fashioned silent movie, so this one is going to be a sound movie adaptation of it, and just never seen it. Never seen it. Fun fact, a friend of mine was in the Wrong Turn remake. Yeah, he said that, but you haven't pointed him out. Alright. The Grudge. The Sarah Michelle Gellar Grudge. I've never seen it. Yeah, I know this will disappoint Emily that I didn't see one of Sarah's best horror movies, but I've never seen The Grudge in my life. I only know of it through all the parodies, specifically Scary Movie 4. And yeah, I've never watched The Grudge. I've heard some people like it, some people hate it. Phalis actually hated it, but there are a lot of people who did praise it, mostly because Sarah Michelle Gellar is a horror icon. But yeah, it's going on, never seen. The Suspiria remake. Also never seen. I have seen the original Suspiria. I am curious to watch this movie, but I did not see it for this remake list. And I've heard some people actually say it's good, which doesn't surprise me because the original Suspiria is overrated. I did not like the original. It had good moments, but it was not my thing. Definitely held up by the visuals, but never seen the remake. What's this movie? I don't recognize it. Dead 3D? I'll put this on never seen. I don't recognize this movie at all, so if somebody would help me. And is this, Shutter or Slither? I think this might be Shutter Island, which was, my film professor said it was a remake of The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, but I'm not sure. It might be Shutter Island, but if it's plain Shutter, I don't recognize it. Night of the Demons. I saw the original, have not seen the remake. This is a remake of a classic 80s horror movie, Night of the Demons, where a group of kids party at a haunted house and using a Ouija board or a satanic ritual and accidentally unlock demons, where the demons go evil dead on them by possessing them and or killing them one by one. It stars Edward Furlong, and my celebrity crush Deora Bird is in this movie. I only know of this movie because Deora Bird gets naked in it, because she's the stand-in for, what's her name? I'm trying to remember. The hot chick from Night of the Demons, the one that wore the pink dress. Disrespecting Sarah is unacceptable. Sorry, Emily, but I have not seen it. You saw The Ring, but not The Grudge. How are you supposed to watch Sadaka versus Kyoko? You got to get the context, bro. Sorry, I've not seen the original Grudge or the remake. Have not seen Night of the Demons either. I only know Deora Bird gets nude in this movie, and I only watch it for that. I've seen clips of that, but never watched the whole movie. Oh, and the Pet Sematary remake. My friend Blacksmith Orange really liked this remake, but I've yet to see it. Yeah, have not seen the remake Pet Sematary. I've heard mixed reactions. Heard some people love it, others hate it, and there's some like me that didn't bother seeing it because Hollywood is out of ideas. It's going on, never seen. And I'm afraid I do have to put the When a Stranger Calls remake on here. I have seen the original When a Stranger Calls and one of the TV sequels, but this, I've never seen it. I heard Lance Henriksen is the stranger, and I really like Lance Henriksen, so I might see it, but at the time of this list, still haven't seen it. Could somebody help me identify these two movies? I don't recognize this one with the face against the cage window here, and I almost recognize this one where people walking away from the sunset and people far away. This could be The Hills Have Eyes too, but I'm not quite sure. I don't fully remember. All right, any others I haven't seen? Oh, yeah, there are. Let's put Cabin Fever on here. I have not seen Cabin Fever, the original or the remake. I have seen parts of the original. I know of this through Phalis' review, and apparently this is a remake on a movie that wasn't that old. The original Cabin Fever was only 8 years to 10 years old before they remade it. Have not seen the new version at all. I have no desire to watch Cabin Fever, mostly the remakes or the sequels. Not gonna see it, never seen it. And, oh, the Wolfman. I have not seen the 2010 Wolfman. I heard it was good, but I heard some people like it, some people hate it. Anthony Hopkins as a Wolfman is always a win for me, but have not fully watched it. I heard it was one of the better Universal remakes, so we'll leave it at that. Okay, so I might be misremembering some of these. I do need a reminder on what this one is with the people on the hill walking away from a sunset, and this one with a ghost looking through a window might be. I almost recognize them, but not fully remembering. Cabin Fever is basically about a disease, about humans falling apart. I'm back! Which ones did I miss? We did a lot of never seen ones. Firestar, The Eye. I never seen the remake When a Stranger Calls. Never seen Cape Fear in my life, and Emily really hates it that I did not see Let Me In. Or Fright Night. Never seen Let Me In or Fright Night's remake, so feel free to tell me what you thought of those. Got a lot on Garbage Day. Got some good ones. The Blob made it on here. 13 Ghosts made it to a worthy reimagining. The Fly made it up top. It made it up top. The Hills Have Eyes remake made it to the best. Brendan Fraser's Mummy was the last one you saw. It made it on the best. And got a lot more on Garbage Day. The Omen made it on Garbage Day. I did see it and it sucked. And Prom Night made it on Garbage Day, which also sucked because it was nothing like the original. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom again, so feel free to vote. Most of these I have seen, so please tell me which ones you'd like to see next. Alright, Kitty the Maniacal Cinephile returns to slash into more horror remakes, good and bad. Catching up on comments. Cabin Fever, yeah, it's basically about a disease about humans falling apart. Flesh-eating virus. Yeah, I kind of hate the Wolfman remake, to be honest. Haven't seen it, so I might be dodging a bullet. Wolfman remake is fine. Not great, but not bad. It's fine if you just need a werewolf fix. Boo, Emily throwing tomatoes. I saw Wolfman on Dead Meat. I'll say the effects on the wolf look good. Yeah, they do. 13 Ghosts was pretty good. Glad to see that on high tier. Yeah, 13 Ghosts made it on a worthy reimagining. However, I do not consider it an S-tier masterpiece, so that is the only reason why it's down low. I did find the black girl very annoying and racist. But yeah, 13 Ghosts, worthy reimagining. It's a dumb fun movie. Oh, and sadly, Shadowlink Fright Night made it down here and Let Me In. Emily doesn't like that I did not see Let Me In. These are never seen. I just never watched them. Don't worry, they're not bad, they're not good. I just don't have an opinion because I never watched them. Alright, so let's talk about something good. Let's do The Invisible Man. The Invisible Man, the 2021, is going on a worthy reimagining. I know some people will argue it's an S tier, the best masterpiece, but I thought it was good. The Invisible Man is basically, the one about a girl who's trying to escape her abusive husband, but the husband literally and metaphorically haunts her by becoming an invisible shadow following her. The Invisible Man, Griffith, is a genius scientist, but also a completely toxic abuser who destroyed her life. She's trying to recover from her horrible marriage to this monstrous guy, and she believes he's dead, but he literally and metaphorically haunts her as an invisible man, constantly watching and stalking her from the dark. He has this super duper invisible suit that can turn you invisible, and rather than use this to help the science world, help show his genius and make a living on his own, he uses this brilliant mind to basically stalk his wife and get petty revenge on her, and gaslight her into coming back to him. I love the Invisible Man remake. It's basically a modern take of the famous monster, and it really works well. Yeah, it does. Yeah, Invisible Man was surprisingly good for just kind of being a shadow dropped, with, at least from what I remember, little to no advertising. Really enjoyed it, and I'm hoping we can slowly build up a modern repertoire of the Universal classics. As usual with this movie, the rich never gets arrested. Hey Kat, hey Akira, glad you made it. We're talking about the 2020 Invisible Man. This one is honestly pretty good. It's not my favorite Invisible Man remake. There is another on here, but yeah. The Invisible Man, or the reimagining, it's basically actually a really original horror movie, but with a universal monster. The Invisible Man is a stalker, someone trying to stalk and get revenge on his ex-wife, an abuser who haunts her, who is trying to sabotage her life and drive her crazy because she left him, using all his brilliant gadgets and his brilliant mind to basically, for the most monstrous and petty of all schemes. We do get to see the Invisible Man without his invisible suit near the end of the movie, but basically we're led to believe her husband is dead, and however, somebody is clearly stalking her. The Invisible Man has apparently been living up in the attic this whole time, like eating food, taking piss up there. I'm not sure how he goes to the bathroom in that suit, but yeah. Basically, a lot of great CGI, a lot of trippy effects, very haunting imagery because you can never tell where the Invisible Man is. There are like subtle clues and hints that the Invisible Man is always present on screen, or might not be. There might be somebody there who's invisible, there might not be. Very creative fun with the Invisible Man character. Very diabolical monster. Sorry I'm late, I was doing art history test. Oh, don't apologize. Even the rich deserve Christmas too. Boo, boo, goodwill toward men. Hey, Kat. Hey, Akira. Like the villain named Adrian, I'm glad that the girl isn't named Marinette. Ladybug. So yeah, I do think this one has a lot of dark scares, a lot of creepy fun moments. It's not a movie I often race back to watch because it does tackle a lot of uncomfortable issues, namely being recovering from an abusive relationship, an abusive household. We find out that the Invisible Man is basically stalking her because she's pregnant with his child, and the Invisible Man wants the invisible boy back to him. So he stalks her all the way to the nut house where she gets sent to. Apparently, there are some huge leaps here, like the Invisible Man at one point smacks a kid his wife is talking to, and they believe that the wife hit her because there's nobody else there, but kind of a huge stretch. It's like, one, why didn't the girl see that happen? Like, she definitely would have saw it and would have known it's not her. We're led to believe that the girl is doing crimes the Invisible Man's committing, but huge leaps in logic. One of the biggest is when he attacks the mental asylum. She pretends she's going to kill herself, but exposes him and then shoots up the mental asylum. The guards get killed one by one. The movie does not properly explain that the invisible suit gives him superhuman strength. That is a huge plot hole because the Invisible Man is doing a lot of strong things, even for a normal guy to do. Like, he's beating up guards half his size and, like, twisting them around, like, surviving being shot at. It's like, they don't explain that the Invisible Man suit functions kind of like an Iron Man suit. most chilling part was the main lead telling her about her stalker still being alive, and then suddenly the knife just slices her neck and sets her up to, yeah, the sister dies. By far the most chilling scene. Yeah, a lot of people also didn't see that the Invisible Man, like, grabs her hand while invisible to give her the knife, and some people thought she just caught the knife on purpose, making her look stupid. It is, there are a lot of details which are nice, but also easy to miss in this movie. It is trying to force you to rewatch it again and again. But yeah, the Invisible Man manipulated events, framed her until it's exposed that there really was an Invisible Man, and apparently he planned for this because he's back at his mansion expecting her to come crawling back to him, and she does because she knows the truth, and he tries to gaslight her again, proving that he hasn't changed, and honestly, this is what got it bumped down off the best. The Invisible Man's death is so anticlimactic. I know it's supposed to be poetic justice and his karma, but it's just lame. After seeing how cool he was as a supervillain, apparently the wife stole one of the invisible suits and decided now to use it, where she kills the guy just like how he killed his sister, using a knife to slit his throat, making it look like he committed suicide, and she gets the last laugh. Yes, I know, it's a satisfying villain defeat for abuse victims, but honestly, kind of a letdown for a horror monster death. It is kind of anticlimactic, and that's what I didn't like about it. The Invisible Man goes out like a punk in this, and yeah, it kind of split people. Some people thought it was, oh, it's a triumphant, symbolic standing up to your abusers kind of arc, which, don't get me wrong, I do see the merit in that. I can see why people like it, but as a film viewer, it's just kind of meh. Elizabeth Moss also played Orisa Robb in Green Lantern Emerald Heroes. Yeah, she did. Patty in Spring training Charlie Brown, and Kimmy Ventrix in Batman the Animated Series See No Evil. Oh, how funny, she was in 2 Invisible Man stories. Yeah, I think this one is fine. It is a worthy reimagining. I know I don't like it enough to be on S tier, but I think the Invisible Man remake is definitely fun. It is a good movie overall. It has its moments. My friend Filmeru wanted to review this one with me, but I didn't like it all that much to want to give a review on it because I do have criticisms with it. But yeah, this one is definitely one of the better Universal Monsters remakes, so it's definitely a worthy reimagining. Yeah, the ending was a bit flawed. I wish there was more satisfying defeat from the villain. Yeah, it kind of just ends abruptly. After all this horror, it was solved so easily, and yeah, she's free of all crimes because she was invisible, so haha, she can't be caught, and we know she killed him on purpose, so yeah. The ending's a bit weak. That's my problem with it, so it'll be on a worthy reimagining. But you know what's better? The better Invisible Man remake? The Hollow Man. Yes, I actually like The Hollow Man, and I will be putting it on the best. I'll put it on low because it does have flaws, but Hollow Man, kick-ass Invisible Man remake. I love it much more than the 2021. Kevin Bacon as the Invisible Man, huge underrated villain icon. It is fun, it is kick-ass, it is so creative, it has this great atmosphere, great soundtrack, great effects, and one of the most badass Invisible Man climaxes ever. And that's why I like it more than the 2021, because the Invisible Man is a full-blown supervillain in this one. Okay, I'm not reading that. Adis Hodge, I'm tired of reading actors. Yeah. Hollow Man is definitely a fun reimagining. Yes, this one is a remake. It is a modern retelling of The Invisible Man. Kevin Bacon plays this douchey guy who basically becomes worse when he gets invisible powers. He becomes a hollow man thanks to his invisibility. He's a bad man who becomes worse. He's kind of a douche, he's sleazy, he's simping for his ex-girlfriend, he's a perv, he makes crass jokes, and we're led to believe if the Invisible Man serum made him crazy or if he was always bad but the power allowed him to expose his true colors, basically, and I really like that. The Hollow Man is so much fun. It is radical. I know Nostalgia Critic did a negative review on it because there are flaws. Like, why do the people not wear the goggles that can see him when he's invisible and wear those 24/7? And they give him too many freedoms, but I think it's fun. Feels like Invisible Man 2020 have a DC actor. Yeah, Sebastian Shaw from X-Men First Class becomes the Hollow Man. Yeah, Kevin Bacon, really kick-ass. Love his one-liners. It's like, I do love when they confront him on whether the serum screwed him up or if he was always this bad. He's like, you'd be surprised. It's like, you'd be surprised what you can do without having to look yourself in the mirror. Really classic line. The Hollow Man is just pure fun. Basically, the Invisible Man is a full-blown supervillain in this, and I like it more than the 2020 one because this is an Invisible Man who goes after everyone. He goes after his ex-girlfriend, but he also attacks his douche boss. He rapes a woman. He goes on a lot of rape sprees. He violates one of his coworkers while she's sleeping and can't see him. He murders people who piss him off. He murders one of the test animals. Yeah, sorry, Emily, he kills a test dog in this version. A cute little puppy gets murdered by Kevin Bacon. And yeah, I think it's so cool. It's so fun. And we do see a lot of trippy science stuff. Elizabeth Shue, really awesome final girl. She actually did make my honorable mentions. She's Kevin Bacon's like ex-girlfriend in this, and slowly but surely grows a spine and stands up to him in a similar vein as the Elizabeth Moss from The Invisible Man 2020. Basically, she put up with his douchiness, but then realizes what a monster he is, and she has to stand up for herself, or we get a really kick-ass climax. The whole lab is like being blown apart. Kevin Bacon decides to kill off his coworkers and destroy the lab in a freak accident where he plans to escape and run on a rampage fully invisible forever, but Elizabeth Shue and Thanos try to stop him. I'm trying to remember if I saw The Hollow Man or not. I might have, or the sequel. We'll have to watch this one again. The first Hollow Man with Kevin Bacon, it is underrated. Really kick-ass. Okay, so yeah, basically they have this epic fight. We see Kevin Bacon suffer serious injuries. He gets electrocuted, and we see him suffer severe burns. Elizabeth Shue burns him with a flamethrower, and when the electricity shocks him, he's like flickering in and out with his invisibility powers. We see him come back as like a burnt-looking husk. He's like this burnt Freddy victim, and he's back to being visible and invisible again and again, on and off. They have a fight over an elevator where Elizabeth Shue manipulates him for a change, kisses him while distracting him, while Thanos destroys the elevator, sending Kevin Bacon falling to his death in the blowing up facility, where he dies, destroyed by his own work, literally and metaphorically. And happy ending, the Invisible Man does die, and we don't end on a vague, ambiguous note like the 2020 version. I do like this one way more than the 2020 Invisible Man. I think this one is a hugely underrated movie. It is fun. It is classic. Kevin Bacon makes for an awesome horror villain. They do such creatively fun things with the invisible powers. It is a real trip. So definitely belongs up there on the best. Alright, so let's do the Hellraiser remake. This one, I'm putting on, not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. I talked about this at length on my Hellraiser tier list. I thought the remake was alright. It is the first good Hellraiser movie we've had in a long time, because many of the sequels are total trash. This one is a return to form. I know it's weird that Pinhead is more effeminate. I do believe they were trying to make him kind of gender ambiguous because that's how Pinhead was in the book, but I think this one's alright. It's not the worst. A lot of people really wanted me to tear this one apart, but I thought it was pretty fun. It returned back to Hellraiser's roots and explored the lore. A lot more in-depth Lovecraftian horror on this one. I think it's not that bad. It's not one of my favorite horror movies ever, but it definitely restored honor to the Hellraiser franchise. We'll just put it at that. Gotta go, but great stream. Bye, Jon Snow. I know, I really wanted to finish this. Okay, My Bloody Valentine 3D. This one I will actually put on actually good. Yeah, I know, it's not as good as the original My Bloody Valentine. Jensen Ackles is Harry Warden, pretty underrated actually. I know the movie around him is not that good, but I do have fun moments. It's basically a typical slasher movie, but with Harry Warden as the killer, taking place on Valentine's Day. Definitely won points for the one where he chases the naked girl halfway across town, trying to pickaxe her. That was pretty cool. Yeah, I do like that scene. I know, I'm such a shallow fool, but this one, old school kind of slasher movie, a throwback to cheesy who done it kind of thriller. Jensen Ackles plays a pretty good Harry Warden. Not as good as the original My Bloody Valentine. That movie is definitely S tier. Its remake, a bit on the weak side, but I thought it was alright. I only really watched the first two Hellraiser movies, and from what I heard from the sequels, that's for the best. Yeah, you're definitely not missing much. Hellraiser 1 and 2 are classics. 3 onward, everything sucks. You might like Hellraiser Bloodlines. I heard it was okay, but all the direct-to-video stuff, all crap. Since Final Destination 6 is coming, why not do a tier of the Final Destination deaths from 1 through 5? Maybe. I have to be interested in that. Jamie Clayton was on Mass Effect Andromeda as the worst character. The Final Destination trailer came out. Yeah, I did see that. Not that huge into the Bloody Valentine remake, to be honest. Preferred the original movie. I didn't think it was that bad. I do have some fun moments. Definitely the kills are the best part, and Jensen Ackles definitely delivers a good performance, but his Harry Warden definitely pales in comparison to the 80s movie. I did think it is good as a remake, but as a movie as a whole, it definitely is outshined by all these better ones. Okay, gonna go to the restroom again, so please feel free to vote. We are almost on the final string here, so please tell me what you want to see next. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Let's do this. What did y'all vote for? He's gone pee-pee. Yeah, sorry, I had to duck out. I heard that someone who saw the Bloody Valentine film screamed like a girl when they saw it in the hospital scene. Yeah, the original My Bloody Valentine, underrated horror classic. I did not think the remake was as bad as everyone made it out to be, but definitely paled in comparison. Oh, you want House of Wax? Trying to see what's left. We got Godzilla -1, awesome. Red Dragon, awesome. Carrie remake, not so awesome, I agree. Trying to see what the others are. Yeah, I might need help recognizing this one. This one almost looks familiar. I think this one might be Shutter Island here, but not remembering. And I do need help with this one with the ghost girl at the window. I can't fully read that. But alright. Godzilla -1. Talk about something positive. It's going on the best. Yeah, of course it is. I will put it under The Mummy and The Thing just because I like those more, but Godzilla -1, we finally got a good Godzilla movie in theaters again after America did so much damage to it. Godzilla -1 is more or less a remake of the original movie. I know it's technically a reboot, but I do count it as a remake. Yeah, this might be one of the best movies of, I believe, 2023, maybe 2024. Yeah, Godzilla Minus One, it is awesome. It is an origin story for Godzilla. Japan has suffered devastation from the nuclear bomb, but haha, just to make things worse, Godzilla was mutated by that nuclear gamma radiation, where a lizard slowly morphs into a giant kaiju dinosaur with atomic breath and goes on a rampage against Japan. And Japan, not being in the best state right now thanks to World War II, tries to unite to stand up against him. And yeah, surprisingly good. For a Godzilla movie, there is a lot of great ideas, a lot of great character development, and really deep themes in this movie. House of Wax, we'll do that one next. But yeah, Godzilla Minus One, also good. Oh, The Uninvited. That's what's down here. Okay. Okay, so that's what's it. The Uninvited. Okay. I thought it was The Grudge for a second, but yeah. Anyways, Godzilla Minus One, total classic. The Uninvited is the ghost girl in the window. Okay. Godzilla Minus One was 2023, and my favorite movie from that year by far. That's because 2023 had a lot of crap. Also, Hard Eyes is the weirdest Valentine's Day horror movie this year. Have not seen it yet. I've seen all the trailers, but yeah, that one looks trippy. Godzilla Minus One, it is awesome. Very deep characters, a lot of emotion too. Very deep philosophy. It takes about honor, redemption, enduring a lot of horror to do what's right and protect the people you love. Godzilla looks epic in this. This movie had less budget than those stupid Godzilla vs. King Kong movies, and Godzilla looks so much better here than he does in the American crap. Minus One is one of the best kaiju films ever, and they surprisingly took it seriously, took Japanese traditions seriously, have very profound characters who are trying to deal with losing a war and regaining honor, all that such, and Godzilla is very scary, very threatening. They do make it clear, this is not a cool villain, this is a monster, a devastating force of nature. Godzilla is a threat to Japan, and will possibly destroy it all the longer he's on the loose. And yeah, it is definitely one of the best Godzilla movies ever. Surprisingly, the terrible Matthew Broderick one didn't make it on here, but hey, I wanted to talk about something positive. And Godzilla Minus One is definitely an atomic breath of fresh air. It is on the best for sure, and one of the best horror remakes, period. It's surprisingly good for a modern horror story, so it belongs right up top. Just checking the comments. Okay. So someone said the Ghost Girl one here is The Uninvited. I sadly have to put this on Never Seen. Yeah, sorry, never seen The Uninvited. I didn't even know it had a remake. I didn't, like, The Uninvited, never watched it before. I thought this one was like the Grudge or a Ringu remake for a sec, but nope, never seen it. So someone wanted House of Wax. This one, I will put on not bad. Yeah, I'll put it under the blob. This is Paris Hilton's House of Wax. I have seen the original, the Vincent Price one, and I thought it was cool. Vincent Price's House of Wax, underrated horror masterpiece. Scary serial killer who likes to kill people by turning them into wax figures for their wax museum, and this one kind of follows the same thing, but plays fast and loose with a lot of horror cliches and horror trends. This one actually has grown a fan base over time. It does have people who actually like and defend it, but I think it's fine. I think it's alright. This is the one where Paris Hilton and her group of idiot teenagers basically go on a road trip where they come across this town famous for its wax museum, except, surprise, the town is literally full of dead people turned into wax figures. The entire town is a wax model simulation made to look real to lure in unsuspecting fools, so the serial killers, two evil brothers, can kill them and make more wax dummies out of their corpses. Shout out to Paris Hilton. Yeah, I wish I didn't talk about that. Original House of Wax classic. Remake was could have been better, but could have been worse. Yeah, it has definitely gotten better over time. There are some cool ideas, some really creepy scares, lots of hardcore blood and gore. It stands on its own as a fine horror movie, but as a remake, it definitely pales in comparison. I heard people cheered when Paris was killed in this film. Yeah, Paris Hilton died as she lived, with a wooden stake through her head. Yeah, Phalis did an epic review on this. I love Phalis' review. Spoilers, he didn't like it, but this one, people have mellowed out over this one. It does have moments. I do like the town, a creepy model town of wax figures, and the killers being these psycho rednecks that like to make people's corpses into living wax dummies. Very, very creepy and also pretty gory. A lot of hardcore savage gore. There's this really infamous scene where one of the dude bros sees his buddy is frozen in place as a living wax corpse. He tries to save him, but accidentally peels his face off, and really sick and twisted. Like he's trying to help his friend break free of the wax, but the wax is so encased that's literally his skin now, and he accidentally like tears apart his flesh, and we see like his exposed jaw and muscles. Really gross and gory. I have heard people argue this movie was good, actually, but frankly, I think it's mid. The original is a classic, though. Yeah, Vincent Price is better. Yeah, this one is fine. Eventually, the final girl has a fight with the two bros. One of the bros, like, the wax killer in this looks like Tommy Wiseau. It's like, I think they were trying to go for a deformed Vincent Price, but he looks like Tommy Wiseau, and he has like a wax mask over his deformed face. The brothers, they're two killers, there are two brothers who own the wax museum, and both the brothers die, and the girl melts the wax like the wax museum because it's literally made of wax. Everything is wax in this, even the buildings. It all falls apart. She survives, and we find out in a twist ending there was a third brother who gets away at the end, implying there was going to be a sequel, which never happened because this movie bombed. Yeah, this one I'll put on not that bad. It's fine. It has good moments. It is definitely better than some of the garbage day here, but yeah, not that great a remake. Alright, final string. Let's go. Let's do... Willard. Willard, the one that inspired the Haunting Hours, Swarm and Norman, and I will put it on a worthy reimagining. Yeah, it is not one of the best horror remakes, but Willard is a pretty interesting movie. It's basically the Haunting Hours, Swarm and Norman. Crispin Glover plays like this social outcast loser, like he's this weirdo, but instead of talking to bugs, he talks to rats. The rats are his friends. The rats will do anything he commands. The rats look up to him. The rats become basically the friend he needs in his time of need. Willard is a total social outcast. He comes from like a troubled household. His mom is old and dying. He has trouble at work. Arlie Ermy is like his douchebag boss. He can't talk to girls. People see him as a freak. So he does befriend the rats, and eventually he decides, screw it, and he goes on his villain arc, where the rats help him get even with people. Pretty much the Rat King from TMNT. Did you ever think about ranking Street Fighter characters? I haven't played all the Street Fighter games. I was not born when those games were new, so I haven't played, like, 1 through 3. I have heard people argue the movie is good. Yeah, not better than the classic, though. Swarm and Norman versus Willard Death Battle. Yeah, I think Willard might win because he didn't get killed by his own animals. Willard basically goes on a revenge spree, embracing his role as villain, until eventually his relationship with the rats gets strained. The rats eventually kill his mother and start killing people he didn't want revenge on. Arlie Ermy gets a really gruesome death. He's like locked in an elevator with rats, like giving him his karma because he was always a dick to Willard, locking him into like a cage. He gets trapped in an elevator with a bunch of rats that swarm and eat Arlie Ermy to death. Really sick and twisted scene, but really cool. Eventually the rats turn on Willard and he fights back. Willard actually wins, so he does get points above Swarm and Norman because he did survive his swarm of monsters. However, Willard, like, goes insane and he's, like, in an asylum, but he's, like, I guess trying to talk to the rats and make peace with them again because the rats get in his cell, leaving it ambiguous if they're still his enemy or if they're gonna work things out in couples therapy. Though, let's face it, the 2012 TMNT Rat King is much scarier and the definitive version. Yeah. As for this movie, it was pretty solid overall. Yeah, I will put it on worthy reimagining. Willard is a solid horror movie. It is definitely better than the original, that's for sure, but I don't think it's like one of the best of the best. It is definitely alright. Willard, pretty rock solid. It is a good pet to have. Worthy reimagining. Alright, final string. Alright, let's talk about... No, not the bees! They're in my eyes! The Wicker Man. Going on to garbage day. Yeah, I'll put it up high because it's at least so bad it's good, but yeah, The Wicker Man has lived in infamy, and there's a reason for that. It is not that great a horror movie. It is liked because of the memes, because of the dumb jokes. The Wicker Man, if you don't know, is based on the Christopher Lee Wicker Man. I wanted to see it. I have not seen the original. This is my exposure to it. My dad really liked this movie. He considered it one of his favorite horror movies ever, but... it's bad. It is bad. If you don't know, Nicolas Cage investigates the disappearance of his daughter. He goes to this all-female Themyscira-like island ran by a bee cult and is basically exploring their tribe, trying to find this lost little girl. The little girl is actually his daughter, and he bumps into all these obviously evil characters who are enacting in cult rituals, and we slowly learn that the cult is mind-screwing with Nicolas Cage as he's trying to crack the case. Wicker Man, the so bad it's good remake. Absolutely dumb, silly, but very quotable and dumb fun. Not even Nicolas Cage wearing a bear suit punching a woman would save this movie. Yeah, The Wicker Man is... it belongs on garbage day because it is bad. It is so bad. It is hilariously incompetent. It has this rather toxic message about how women are evil and conspire against men, which honestly I do think could have worked and did have an idea there, but... oh boy, they did not do a good job at doing the guy side. Nicolas Cage plays this screaming idiot who's panicking and all the time and screaming. This one has so many memes and so many quotes. Everybody makes fun of this movie. It is so bad it's good. People make fun of it. They remember the dumb lines because they're quotable. How to get burned! How to get burned! I have enough of your goddamn honey. And Nicolas Cage disguises himself in a bear suit during the festival, and it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous, but it's a funny kind of ridiculous. Yeah, it did give us some good bear jokes. The Wicker Man, the original is, I've not seen the original. I heard some people think it's alright. Not one of the top tier horror movies, but at least more competent than Nicolas Cage's version. Yeah, this is the one where, surprise, the twist is the girl was never endangered. She was a part of the cult because this was all a trap for Nicolas Cage. They sacrifice men by putting them in a giant Wicker Man and have a Burning Man festival. That is what it is. It is a Burning Man festival. They sacrifice Nicolas Cage and break his legs and have bees basically sting his face to half death. Nicolas Cage is like allergic to bees, and it's an interesting plot point until it leads to this stupid, they get in his eyes, they sting him like half to death. Nicolas Cage is paralyzed and sent ablaze in the giant Burning Man. The festival goes off without a hitch, and depending on which version of this movie you have, there's a twist ending where the women are seducing more men to come to this island to be sacrifices. Good thing I'm a teddy bear. Gummy bears bouncing everywhere and in your face. Yeah, this one, It has all the memes. People like this movie to make fun of it, but it is not an unironically good horror remake. It is one of the worst horror remakes. The kind you make fun of, the kind you watch with friends to poke fun of and laugh at it, which I guess you could argue does have entertainment value, but as a representation of a good horror classic, it fails. It is garbage day bad, but I'll put it up top the heap of the garbage because it's at least funny bad. Alright, let's do The Amityville Horror starring Ryan Reynolds. That's right, Deadpool as the killer of the Amityville father, the killer of the movie. This one I will put on not that bad. I'll put it under the Blob at least. Yeah, if you don't know, Ryan Reynolds had a brief stint where he was doing horror movies, and he's the Amityville horror father. This is the one where a family buys a house that's haunted by its former owner. The former owner was the psychotic Satanist, and slowly but surely strange hauntings go on to the family who moved here. I am not a huge fan of the original Amityville Horror, so I was open to trying this one out. Surprisingly, Ryan Reynolds could do creepy abusers very well. Ryan Reynolds is shockingly creepy in this movie. I don't think I've ever seen an Amityville thing that wasn't trash. Even the original Emily? Also, Crispin Glover played Willie on Epic movie and George McFly. I know mine's George McFly. Paddington told me we should meet face to face. Can't get enough of that golden Chris. It's got enough of that fudge for your punch. And lastly, only you can prevent from getting punched by Nicolas Cage. The father is an abuser. That's kind of the vibe they go for. Basically, they're living in this house. It's implied that the former owner, Catchem, is haunting this house and slowly possessing the dad, taking over his life, and Ryan Reynolds acts like this kind of borderline creepy abusive father. He slowly loses his mind, becomes threatening to the kids, the whole mother of God, I'm coming apart kind of shtick. The dad is becoming corrupted Shining style by the ghosts, and eventually the ghost is trying to guide him into killing his family. In this version, we actually explore the house's backstory. The house is haunted by a guy named Catchem. Yes, really, Ash Catchem. He basically performed satanic rituals here, killed a lot of people, killed Native Americans and wise men, and he, took their body parts. He has a torture dungeon, and his ghost is haunting this place and causing a lot of the Amityville hauntings to happen. We see all the creepy things. Unfortunately, this did kind of spoil Jody. In the original, Jody was a creepy, obscure, vague ghost. Here, it's just a creepy little girl because creepy children was a happening thing in 2000s horror. Never seen any of the Amityville movies? Shadow Link, you're missing out. The original one was okay. They're not classics, but the Amityville Horror has great atmosphere and creative use of haunted houses. Also, Ryan Reynolds was in horror stuff, yeah. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds was also in The Blade Trinity, so let you tell that how well his horror career worked out. So, this one I do think is okay. Ryan Reynolds tries to kill his family just like the dad did in the original. However, they snap him out of it with the power of love, and he burns down the Amityville house. They escape and have a happily ever after. Honestly, this one's not too bad. It is not one of the worst things ever. It is arguably one of the better Platinum Dunes remakes because there was genuine effort here. They did a haunted house story very well. Not an A+ classic, but I do think it's not that bad. It is not that bad. Amityville remake is definitely something worth watching at least once. Okay, gotta go to the bathroom again, but guys, you decide what you want to vote. We're on the last final string, so please let me know what you want to see next. Alright, I'm back. What do you want to see next on our final string? Red Dragon. Well, if Ryan Reynolds wants to star in a horror thriller, he should do Buried. Dum-dis. Amityville has no Amity Blight reference. Well, yeah, that's because it's just a pun name and has nothing really to do with it. Okay, so you want Red Dragon? Red Dragon, a remake technically of Manhunter, so it does fit. Red Dragon, of course, it's going on the best. It's going up there pretty high. I will put it above The Mummy. It is one of my favorite Hannibal Lecter movies ever. Yes, Red Dragon counts as a remake because it is pretty much redoing the same story Manhunter did, but improving upon a lot of things. Namely, it actually focuses on the Red Dragon serial killer this time. Hannibal Lecter gets a lot more screen time. Sadly, Will Graham does end up getting the shaft, but I actually thought Edward Norton was alright as Will Graham. Yeah, he's no Hugh Dancy, and he's not even close to Michael's greatness. I do like the original guy. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the original guy. No, William Peterson. That was his name. William Peterson is easily my favorite Will Graham. But Red Dragon, my second favorite Hannibal Lecter movie, after Silence of the Lambs, of course. This is awesome. I've talked about this movie already on my Hannibal Lecter ranking, but yeah, to this day, I do consider it one of the greatest Hannibal Lecter movies ever, and one of the greatest remakes ever, period. Wait, we don't want to end on a good note with Red Dragon? Yeah, I guess we kind of missed that shot, but yeah. We do actually have one more good note here. I'll surprise you with that one, but yeah. Red Dragon, it is awesome. It is one of the greatest Hannibal Lecter movies. Love Ralph Fiennes as the Tooth Fairy. He captures the compelling mystery and the compelling drama of this villain so well. Anthony Hopkins, always great as Hannibal Lecter. I even liked him in the terrible Ridley Scott sequel. I do think Edward Norton catches the serious cop drama very well. Red Dragon has a very compelling mystery, a very sad story, super tragic, this killer, and very intense drama. There's a lot of action, a lot of great detective work. Red Dragon is so fun. Red Dragon is awesome. One of the best Hannibal movies, along with the other great classics, Silence of the Lambs. Yeah, this and Silence of the Lambs, both top tier. Also, the Red Dragon have no dragon, just like Dark Dragon, yeah. Red Dragon, it's awesome. This is an awesome sequel, and a very great remake. If you ever need good remakes to list, Red Dragon should definitely belong there. I do like it more than Manhunter. Manhunter definitely had its moments, but Red Dragon easily outclassed it because we got to know the killer more, and there's a lot more savage horror in this. Basically, it's a hunt down the serial killer kind of story. A bunch of cops are trying to track him down, trying to prevent him from going on another killing spree. He's killed several families by this point, and we get to understand the Red Dragon's perspective. Actually feel sorry for him, but you know he has to go down. He and Edward Norton have a classic cop shootout where the Red Dragon eventually dies, and Hannibal Lecter's set up for Silence of the Lambs, and yeah, it's all fun. It's fun horror. Red Dragon is definitely one of the best remakes ever, and it belongs up here in the S tier. I do think The Thing is better, but this is definitely second place. Red Dragon really soars highly. Oh, it does have biblical references. Yeah, it does. But so did the Hannibal TV show. Alright, The Hitcher. The Platinum Dunes Hitcher remake with Sean Bean replacing Rutger Hauer. Hitcher going on a garbage day. Yeah, it's bad. The Hitcher, Platinum Dunes' Hitcher is awful. It is another one of their infamously bad remakes. Sean Bean is playing the Hitcher, trying to outdo the classic Rutger Hauer horror movie, and he pales in comparison. The Hitcher is completely nerfed. He goes from this creepy, ominous, sociopathic, wandering traveler who gains this disturbing fascination with C. Thomas Howell while traveling across the road into basically a creepy guy who was kind of into a creepy guy who was basically rejected by this woman he harassed and tried to rape. They turned the Hitcher into pretty much a pathetic weirdo. He's after this girl he tried to grope and rape and get revenge on her, and it's just not as interesting as Rutger Hauer's Hitcher. Oh, right, I forgot this had a remake. Yeah, the original, of course, was better. Yeah, the Hitcher, underrated classic. Basically, it's a scary story about spooky hitchhikers. Don't pick up strangers because they could be evil or crazy, and that's exactly what the Hitcher is. Basically, the girl and her boyfriend are traveling across country. They pick up this creepy weirdo guy, Sean Bean, as the Hitcher. They pick him up, but he, surprise, turns out to be a bad character. They ditch him, and they try to get away from him while the Hitcher slowly but surely stalks them, trying to get revenge on the girl for basically rejecting his advances. Yeah, it's not nearly as interesting as Rutger Hauer's Hitcher, who was very spooky and ominous. Rutger Hauer truly owned this role. Sean Bean is pretty much angry all the time, always pissed off, a creepy weirdo, a physical violent brute, which I guess you could argue is scary because it's about creepy guys hassling women, but it just took away from his villain presence. Neil McDonough is also in this. He plays the sheriff over the great Jeffrey DeMunn, and he's also awful. Neil McDonough, this might be his worst performance ever. He's like, what the hell are you talking about? And yeah, he tries to do a southern accent, and it is easily Neil McDonough at his worst. Yes, worse than Damien Dark. It is that bad. Never heard about it. Okay. Hitcher, the original, underrated, really kick-ass horror thriller. My friend Blacksmith Orange reviewed it. I liked his review of it too, because pretty accurate on how good it was. Here, they do everything wrong. The Hitcher's kind of turned into kind of this violent kind of action thriller rather than a horror movie. The Hitcher somehow follows them all the way across country, across the freeway. They're traveling basically across the desert through highway roads. He's after the girl for rejecting him, and they ruin one of the best scenes. The truck scene. The one where the Hitcher has a hostage tied between two trucks, and they ruin it. They ruin it very badly. They use awful CGI. They actually show you what happened rather than letting your imagination fill in the horror. You know, the one where a hostage is tied between two trucks. The Hitcher is threatening to move the truck to split them in half, basically quartering them to death, and it looks bad. The effects in this movie are pretty bad. Honestly, Sean Bean was more scarier as a corrupt Boromir from Lord of the Rings than in this remake. Yeah, Sean Bean's had better movies, and The Hitcher is easily one of his worst. I recommend picking up this ride. Alright, let's get to the end. I Spit on Your Grave, the remake. This one, I will put on not that bad. I Spit on Your Grave, yes, the one about a woman who is harassed and ultimately killed by creepy weirdos who rape her and leave her for dead. It did get a remake. It actually did. I know Emily's gonna be upset that it makes it too high, but honestly, this one did have its moments. It's basically a female revenge fantasy and definitely has good moments. It's a interesting idea, but I will warn you, it is incredibly uncomfortable. Basically, this innocent woman is harassed by these idiots. The people who rape her in this are far creepier. They're more like gangbangers in this version, rather than the goofy Revenge of the Nerd rejects and weirdos they were in the original. Never seen these movies either. I'm honestly surprised you've even seen I Spit on Your Grave. Well, I saw the remake, Emily. I saw the remake. I have not seen the original. There's a lot of graphic deaths. Basically, the woman is raped and brutalized. We find out that the corrupt sheriff was also in on it and also threatened to rape her. She tries to kill herself by jumping off a bridge, but ended up surviving, where we find out she's still alive, and she goes on a revenge spree, going after all these idiot guys and killing them in ironic ways and very gruesome ways. A guy steps in a bear trap, she gouges a guy's out with like fish hooks, she puts a shotgun up one guy's ass. She threatens the sheriff's family when she reveals she's alive again. Basically a female revenge spree, but the problem is it is very hard to stomach. One, rape is very uncomfortable and a very serious topic, so there's that. And two, the gruesome violence and the way she gets her revenge are also very graphic. The original movie had like an X rating. This one comes pretty close to one too. Feel like Ann Tamaki suffer with that in her life. The remake, admittedly, as a horror movie is acceptable, but it's a very defanged version of the original. The original is a very good film, but not for everyone. Can get extremely, extremely uncomfortable. Yeah, it does have rape and a sexual assault, and this one definitely had that too, but the rape is not as graphic as the originals, we'll put it that way. Fun fact, I watched the old one out of curiosity, then I saw the whole scene, and as a woman, I was traumatized, yeah. It took me a year to move on, yeah. I Spit on Your Grave, very intense horror movie, and the remake definitely doesn't slouch in that department. It is a very uncomfortable subject, and not a lot of people's things. I do think the remake is fine. Never saw the original, so I can't make the comparison. As a horror movie, I do think it's not that bad. Some people do get into it. It does have a cult following. It has its fans. I do think it's decent. We'll put it that way. I will say, she gets her revenge, and there's a lot of satisfying deaths. She basically kills all the douchey rapists in ironic fashions, like the guy who told her to smile more gets his jaw broken and his teeth broken, that kind of stuff. The corrupt sheriff does get his comeuppance. She gets like a double shotgun kill, and I think it's alright. It's not that bad, but definitely a very touchy subject matter there. We'll put it that way. Alright, let's get to finishing these things. So, speaking of rape, Last House on the Left, the remake, which I will put on actually good. Yeah, I'll put it under Evil Dead, that's for sure. Last House on the Left, the remake of Wes Craven's original horror movie. Surprise, it's another one that tackles the subject matter of rape. Basically, an evil, creepy gang rapes Sarah Paxton and leave her for dead, where they believe she died, but it turns out, nope, she survived in this version. And the gang basically takes shelter when a storm hits. They take shelter at this family's house, and surprise, the family they're sheltering with are the parents of the woman they raped and murdered. And basically, there's this intense cat and mouse kind of game. They're dealing with the rapists. Jesse Pinkman, I believe from Breaking Bad, is in this, and it's pretty funny seeing him here as one of the creepy rapists. Also, have you seen my post that I made? You made a lot of posts, guy. Last House on the Left, basically, the parents find out that they're housing their daughter's killers. Not really killers. In this version, the daughter actually lives. In the original, the daughter did die after she was raped, beaten, and violated, and left for dead. She died and was thrown in the river, but she washed up at her parents' lake house. Here, she does wash up at her parents' lake house, but she's still alive. Sarah Paxton actually survived her brutal thrashing. Instead, her best friend was the one who died. She's getting medical treatment. Then we find out that the rapist gang are basically asking for shelter this house, and slowly but surely they both realize what's going on and who they really are. They realize that the rapist gang are the monsters that nearly killed their daughter, and they slowly realize that oh crap, we're at the house of that woman we attacked. This and the remake I have seen, and yeah, Last House on the Left is very intense. It is very intense. I do think Jesse from Breaking Bad stars in this movie. He's like one of the rapist guys. Yeah, he's the one that tries to hit on the hot mom, try to make a pass at her. She pretends to be into him, and we get the hardcore scene where she shoves Jesse's hand down the garbage disposal, is stabbing him, drowning him, and very slowly they drag out Jesse Pinkman's horrible death. He eventually dies. They find out that in this version the gang actually have a backstory. One of them is an escaped convict who they busted out. He's with his girlfriend, his abused son. The abused son is the one that gets a redemption arc because he actually felt bad for their crime, but is only sticking with them because he's afraid of his dad's wrath. He has this arc where he slowly stands up to him. In this version, the sympathetic gang member actually does get a redemption. In the original, he didn't, which I do agree with some fans because he did deserve it. Sarah Paxton, yeah, okay. Saw the original a long time ago, have not seen the remake, don't even think I know there was a remake actually now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I have seen Decker Shadow review this one, the internet reviewer with the best hair. Yeah, very intense, a lot of hardcore violence in this one. It is very much a grounded in reality horror movie because basically the family are dealing with these people who they try to help but are actually psychopaths, then slowly but surely picking them off one by one. I do think the girl gang member has an anticlimactic death. She's just shot in the head. That was kind of a letdown, but the gang leader has one of the most satisfying deaths. He's crippled, and then the father goes out of his way to stick his head in the microwave to basically melt his head, and as ridiculous as it is a pretty hardcore kill scene. I do think it's actually pretty good. Of course, the family win. They kill the rapists. One of the gang members, the abused son, actually redeems himself. He gets beaten up. The head thug gets a satisfying beatdown. All the rapists die horribly. Well, all the evil ones. The son gets forgiven, I guess. They take the daughter to the hospital once the storm clears, and dad microwaves the gang thug to death. And yeah, pretty hot, pretty fun. Okay. Just some random comments. Okay. Yeah, Last House on the Left. I do think it's actually good. I have not seen the original. I have seen Decker Shadow review it, but I have not seen the whole movie myself. I have seen the remake, and I do think it is actually pretty good. Just like I Spit on Your Grave, it does deal with heavy subject matter, so a word to those who are sensitive to like rape and hardcore gang violence. This one does not hold back on it, but that's what also kind of makes it good, because very realistic grim horror. So I will put it on actually good. Oh, but you know what? It's not actually good. Chloe Grace Moretz's Carrie, which I'm putting on garbage day. Yeah, I did not like this Carrie. It is, once again, a shot-for-shot remake, recreating the original Carrie, but failing to understand why it was so scary. I hated Julianne Moore as the abusive mom. Chloe Grace Moretz is way too hot to be a loser outcast. Yeah, I did not buy that Carrie was a loser in this because Chloe Grace Moretz was a model. So yeah, that kind of threw me off. It's a lot more toned down of the original 70s horror. I don't think it's good. It's lame. It's lazy jump scares, lazy effects, really dated CGI. The prom attack is not as intense or scary as a friggin' 70s movie's attack. It has some good effects at times. I did not like the final climax when she fights the stepmom. The stepmom's death is a lot more anticlimactic in this. Yeah, Carrie remake sucks. What's with all the Carrie's remarks? All the Carrie remakes. Okay, sorry, the Carrie remakes. I have heard the 2000s Carrie was actually good. The made-for-TV film, The Middle Child Carrie remake, I did hear that one was actually good. This one, the one that was released in theaters, it's bad. They did not understand what made Carrie good. They fundamentally misunderstand the horror. They focus way too much more on the teen drama, and Chloe Grace Moretz is not at all a bad actress, but I did not think her Carrie was written well because she's completely aware of her powers in this version, and her rampage at the prom feels like it's of her own free will instead of the psychotic meltdown she had in every other version. Yeah, Carrie is just a remake. Confused. Okay. Yeah, sorry, Emily, but I do think it's bad. I hated this movie the first time I saw it, and all these years later, I still think it's bad. Recommend the original and the made for TV one. I heard good news about it. Haven't seen it. I heard it's the best Carrie movie, but see for yourself if that's true. As for the remake, garbage. Okay, next. I think this is Shutter Island, but correct me if I'm wrong on that. I can't read this title, so if you recognize the poster, someone tell me. So we'll talk about The Stepfather. The Stepfather had a remake, and it is Garbage Day. Yeah, it's another terrible remake. I'm surprised this... Is this one a Platinum Dunes remake? I do think Platinum Dunes did work on this one because it looks exactly like it was made by the people who made the terrible Freddy and the Hitcher movie, and even the Friday the 13th, kind of. The Stepfather is an underrated classic horror movie from the 80s, but of course it got remade in a modern lens, where the guy from Nip Tuck plays the abusive stepfather. So, let me get some water. Basically, The Stepfather is about this evil Bluebeard Black Widow kind of guy who dates single moms so he can seamlessly assimilate into their family, where he slowly kills the family and takes their inheritance one by one. The Stepfather is really this chameleon serial killer who likes to blend in with normal families, pretends he's nice to the mom, he's like the dream guy, the guy of their dreams, a perfect man who will take a single mom, and he pretends he's a good father for the kids, pretends he loves them, so he can so he can make them lure their guard and eventually kill them. And he's done this with multiple families, with the one we're watching now being the latest in a long string of kills. Why apologize to me? I like the 2001, didn't really care for 2013 one. Okay, Emily, I thought you said the 2013 one wasn't bad. Chloe Grace Moretz was also Darby and Tigger and Pooh, the musical, never saw it. And Honey and American Dad, don't remember. There's no reason to stay here. This is Monica, the Savage Bear, signing out. See ya. Stepfather was Dylan Walsh, who was in The Twilight Zone, Night Route, as Adam. Oh, okay. I might have to review that one, but yeah. Stepfather, basically a creepy Bluebeard. Here, the Stepfather, in the original, the Stepfather is this genius mastermind, a total chameleon who blends in, who plays this cat and mouse game, kind of a Shadow of a Doubt sort of tribute, where the family slowly but surely catches on that he's really a monster in disguise. Here, the Stepfather is a total idiot. The Stepfather is a bad liar, bad at covering his tracks. He seriously doesn't delete his internet history when the kids look into him, and he fails at his own lies. He changes his story multiple times. The guy from Nip Tuck plays the Stepfather in this, and while he's definitely trying, I do not think he is scary in the least. Oh, by the way, Amber Turd is in this movie, so if you need more reason to not watch it, especially a movie about a lying, abusive scumbag, well, there you go. Amber Turd is in it as his stepdaughter. Shout out to Shadow of a Doubt, the Bible Man villain, let's go. Yeah, okay, so the Stepfather is very bad at being a psycho killer in this. Basically, everyone practically realizes there's something off about him. He's bad at lying. He changed his story. He can't even remember his own identity. They ruin one of the greatest twist scenes from the original, where basically the mom realizes that this guy is indeed a lying serial killer, like her kids have been saying, because he forgot his original identity. It was an intense scene in the original. Here, it's almost like a comedy. Like, Dylan was kind of going for like a laugh, like a dark comedy kind of vibe, and it doesn't work. Basically, the kids slowly pick up on the obvious clues that the stepfather who's too good to be true is indeed just that, and really a twisted criminal who's killing their neighbors and people who recognize him, and trying to manipulate the family into liking him. He's actually a killer that try to make the stepfather like this brilliant Hannibal Lecter mastermind, but utterly fails. It is bad. The stepfather sucks at being the ultimate villain like he is in the original. When is the Bible Man villain tier list? Well, Emily, I've never played Bible Man in my 9 lives. Yeah, Stepfather, it is garbage day. Oh, also, they turned an R-rated horror movie into a PG-13 movie. Yeah, nice. Really nerfed. Garbage. Okay, I can't read the title on this. It is very hard to recognize. I thought this was like The Hills Have Eyes too, but might not be. I'm afraid I might have to put this on Never Seen. And Shudder. Never Seen. So now, it's time for the last one, our grand finale, Don't Be Afraid of the Dark, starring Haunting Hour Survivor, Bailey Madison. And this one, going on to great. Yep, we'll end on a positive note. I really like this one. I'll put her under The Fly, because The Fly is just a masterpiece. Yep, this is Don't Be Afraid of the Dark, which, yes, actually is a remake. Don't Be Afraid of the Dark was originally a TV movie from the 70s, a very obscure one. I have not seen the original. I saw Guillermo del Toro's remake of it, and I really like it. Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Oh, that was that one. Okay. So that's what that was. Okay, Invasion of the Body Snatchers? Okay, this one will also go on great. And I will put it above it, at least. Okay, so yeah, Invasion of Body Snatchers, awesome. Great remake. That has the famous one where he points and howls at her in that metallic echo. Yeah, I like it. Invasion of Body Snatchers, really kick-ass remake, and definitely outshines the original by every stretch of the imagination. It is a classic. But anyways, Don't Be Afraid of the Dark, which is the positive note I wanted to end on. I actually really like this movie. Bailey Madison and her family buy a haunted house, which has killer tooth fairies. Yes, really. The tooth fairies are these gremlin-like monsters that live in the basement. The old owner of the haunted mansion was like this mad scientist who was studying these mythical creatures. He did everything for them because he wanted to study them, but he found out that the mythical creatures, the tooth fairies, were indeed psychotic monsters, and they eventually betrayed him and killed him, where we can cut to the present day where Bailey Madison's family buys the house. The family bought this great mansion because no one else wanted it for some reason. Bailey Madison has, what's her name? Katie Holmes, I believe. Yeah, Katie Holmes is like her stepmother who married her father. We find out she has divorced parents. The dad has Katie Holmes as a stepmom, but Bailey Madison doesn't like her. She wants her real mom, even though her real mom is a total bitch. She's afraid of change, but she befriends these tooth fairies who are held prisoner underneath her haunted mansion. Yeah, I do like Don't Be Afraid of the Dark. It is a very good time. Yeah, shout out to Lily D. Are you afraid of the dark? Well, don't be afraid of the dark. Also, he was Maya and Corey in the house. Yeah, Bailey Madison. Bailey Madison stars in this movie, and this was what actually got her to star in The Haunting Hour, because she could play a child character surviving horrific nightmares. Bailey Madison is the main girl. The creatures obsess over her, they become friends, and halfway in the film you realize that the tooth fairies are indeed monsters. They want to kill Bailey Madison and eat her teeth. They try to bash her skull and try to drag her down into basically their world. There's a portal to their world through the fireplace, like old school kind of fairy tale. It is a Del Toro movie after all. They try to kill Bailey Madison, try to eat her teeth, try to basically whisk her away like fairy tale monsters. Katie Holmes basically starts finding out that Bailey Madison is telling the truth. She gives her daughter a chance, believes her stories. Nobody believes Bailey Madison at first when she tries warning them about the tooth fairies going around the house. She frees them earlier because she believes they're her friends, but they turn out to be monsters and they're trying to eat Bailey Madison and bring her corpse down to their world. Why? Because they want to turn her into another Tooth Fairy. We see that the guy who originally owned the Haunted Mansion, the scientist, is actually the ringleader among the Tooth Fairies. He was mutated into them when they betrayed him, revealing that they dragged him down and turned him into a fairy like them. Bailey Madison has been lucky to star in a lot of good properties. If only some other haunting our Illuminati had that kind of luck. Hashtag poor Joey King. Yeah. Joey King, you had Slenderman. Bailey Madison had Don't Be Afraid of the Dark, an underrated horror movie. I've actually thought about reviewing this movie, mostly because my Haunting Hour fans will probably love seeing Bailey Madison again, but also because it's hugely underrated. The Tooth Fairies are creepy. They're like these creepy gremlin-like monsters always hiding in the darkness. They can't stand the light. They're in the shadows. They hover. They crawl around everything, scaling the walls. They jump Bailey Madison anytime she's in a dark shadow. They brutally attack like this repairman guy by stabbing him with his own tools. Very creepy, very hardcore scares. And eventually Katie Holmes realizes that Bailey Madison is right because she actually looks into the mansion's history and finds out that this scientist also has encountered these Tooth Fairies, and they look exactly like the drawings Bailey Madison is making, and she realizes her daughter is not making up stories. It's not her imagination, it's true. There are literal monsters here. And basically, they try to help Bailey Madison. The dad doesn't buy it at first until she's nearly killed by the Tooth Fairy monsters. She manages to snap a pic and finally show him, where they try to move out, but the Tooth Fairies make their ultimate power grab. They attack, almost drag Bailey Madison down to the hell world below to turn her into a fairy monster. There's a big fight. Katie Holmes and the dad finally defend the daughter. They kill the ringleader fairy. Bailey Madison actually gets a kill in this. She crushes the guy to death with her flashlight. One of the fairies dies horribly. Yeah, Guy Pearce was the father. Good role of Joey King was Fred Hamster on Gretel. Yeah, basically, they have this big epic fight, but tragically, Katie Holmes, the stepmom, dies. She gets trapped by the fairies and sacrifices herself to get Bailey Madison out, where she's dragged below and she's swallowed by the fairy world. And just when Bailey Madison finally started to love her stepmom, they have a bittersweet ending. The family get out alive, but at the cost of the stepmom. She finally made peace with Katie Holmes, and in our twist ending, we see the fairies are still alive, but now trapped in their hell world again. But haha, Katie Holmes is now the fairy leader, and we hear her whisper among the other gremlin monsters, and that's where it ends. So yeah, Don't Be Afraid of the Dark, underrated. I actually think it's a good horror remake. Yes, this is a remake. It was based off an old TV movie, and Guillermo del Toro definitely really shines here. Has del Toro even had a bad movie? Because even his lesser one like this was an awesome horror remake. I might review this one sometime in the future, but it'll depend if people really care. Just need some water, because I talked about so many movies. And yep, that's the end. That is the end of all our horror remakes. Sorry we did Red Dragon earlier, Shadowlink, but I thought Don't Be Afraid of the Dark was an underrated one to end on. Definitely belongs up there the best. So yeah, that completes my tier list. Sorry it might be too huge to snap a photo of, but I'll try to go over all of them. So, if you weren't here, we'll go over them one last time. Never seen. I have not seen any of these titles. Never saw Cape Fear, Emily, I'm sorry. Never saw Let Me In. Never saw the Fright Night remake. Never saw Night of the Living Dead remake. Never saw When a Stranger Calls remake, etc., etc. Didn't see the new Nosferatu yet. So, Garbage Day. We have The Fog, awful. Rob Zombie's Halloween, one of the worst remakes ever. Gus Van Sant's Psycho, one of the worst remakes, period. The 2019 Black Christmas, easily rock bottom. It is Trash, total trash. Don't even waste your time. The Black Christmas 2006, it is awful, but at least a few moments better than the 2019 Black Christmas. Prom Night, which had nothing to do with the original, it sucked. The Omen, another garbage shot-for-shot remake. It Chapter 2, disappointing sequel, huge letdown, ruined a lot of the great things the first one set up. Jackie Earle Haley's Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm Street. Yep, it's bad. It is still bad after all these years. 2013 Carrie, I thought it sucked. Another garbage shot-for-shot cash grab remake. The Hitcher, they couldn't make Sean Bean outclass Rutger Hauer. That's all you need to know. The Stepfather, another disappointing cash grab, failed to understand why the original was so scary. Child's Play 2019, another lame duck remake. It was an attempt to try and steal the franchise from the creator, and it failed. It was an abysmal, forgettable trash remake. The Wicker Man, yes, it is so bad it's good. It is funny, but still at the end of the day, a piss-poor representation of a good horror. Poltergeist, it's bad. This is the only one that's just plain bad. It is weak, it is forgettable, it's mediocre garbage. Stick with the original classic because it has memorable moments. You should definitely do a review on it. Would be fun. Oh, thank you, Emily. Also, Nosferatu remake came out. I have not seen it. Maybe they should have gotten Mr. Crocker from Very Odd Parents to help fairies. Funny. Let Me In and Fright Night I've never heard of. Emily really likes the Let Me In. I hear the remake Nosferatu was really good. I need to see it soon. Yeah, same, Shadowlink. I have not seen the new Nosferatu yet, which is why it's going on Never Seen. Not that bad. Texas Chainsaw Massacre's Platinum Dunes remake. It was alright, a bit forgettable, but definitely one of the more decent entries amongst the Chainsaw saga. House of Wax. This one has gotten a little better over time, but Paris Hilton horror movie is still not exactly golden jewels. The Amityville horror remake. Ryan Reynolds can actually do horror. A shame the Amityville horror saga has never been high art. I think it's alright, but not super great. The Blob. I think it is a bit overrated. I know I'm gonna get a lot of hate, but I don't love it as much. I just think it's fine. Hellraiser, definitely a solid return to the roots of the franchise. It is better than a lot of the garbage sequels, but I wouldn't exactly say it's one of the greatest remakes ever. I think it's also fine, a fun time, and if you love Lovecraftian horror, this one's right up your alley. I Spit on Your Grave, the remake. I did see this one. It's alright, but fairly intense. It does have some uncomfortable moments, and I probably won't recommend it because it's some very mature themes, but I think it's alright. It's a fine remake. You should also see Let Me In. Remake Nosferatu was good. Oh, good to know, Emily. I'm sure you saw it because you're a vampire. Actually good. My Bloody Valentine 3D. Yes, I know, as blasphemous as it is, I did think it had fun moments. It's a stupid slasher movie, but a fun kind of stupid. Last House on the Left. Yes, the remake was actually good, and it is on the same level as Wes Craven's original movie. I would actually recommend this one, but again, I'll also warn you, like I Spit on Your Grave, uncomfortable moments, very mature themes, but it does succeed as a remake. And The Evil Dead. I think it is pretty good. It is a solid movie overall. It is fun. I know a lot of people love Evil Dead. For me, it's not one of the top tier movies, even among great remakes, but it did its job. This is definitely a worthy entry among the Evil Dead saga, and Sam Raimi's fingerprints definitely still shine through. A worthy reimagining, 13 Ghosts. Dumb fun, but pure fun. This is definitely a good old haunted house movie. Love Matthew Lillard, love Tony Shalhoub, love the 13 Ghosts and their epic designs. This one deserves a lot more respect. The Ring. Yeah, I think it's pretty solid. I know it's not exactly a high masterpiece, but I do think it has its fun moments, and it made Samara a star in the States. The Invisible Man 2020. I liked it fine. Not one of my favorite horror movies ever, but it is definitely a good film, and it has a very great story. I just wish the ending was a bit better. Willard. Definitely miles better than the original. It is an underrated horror treasure. It does have some somber and tragic moments, which is why it's not very high, but I do think it is a very worthy reimagining. Also, 13 Ghosts was a live Scooby-Doo live action. Oh yeah, I saw the fan film. I watched part 1, but they never made a part 2. Finally, the best of the best, the S tiers. Hollow Man. Yes, I will die on the hill that this is the best Invisible Man remake ever. The Hills Have Eyes, 2006. This one is so good, so cool, so graphic. It is a kick-ass horror road trip. I highly recommend this one, even over Wes Craven's original. It 2017. Yes, even with how bad Chapter Pooh was, I do think this is one of Stephen King's best movies. It made Pennywise cool again. Tim Curry will always be immortal as a legend, but Bill Skarsgård Pennywise definitely filled his clown shoes. It is a fun, dark horror movie. Don't Be Afraid of the Dark. Underrated. Absolutely love it. I own this movie. Might review it in the future, but as a remake, it is fun and I strongly recommend it. Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Sorry I didn't go too into detail on this one, but yeah, it's still good. It is still a great remake. It is highly underrated. It is a great paranoia thriller slash sci-fi horror movie, and yeah, I will agree, it is still perfect after all this time. The Fly. Awesome body horror, awesome sci-fi horror, awesome mutation makeup. The Fly is great, a successful science experiment. Bye, Kat. Bye, Kira. Glad you came. If you, Scooby-Doo, made a live-action 13 Ghosts, who would you cast? I don't know. Dawn of the Dead, one of Zack Snyder's best horror movies ever, one of the greatest zombie flicks ever. Dawn of the Dead is pure fun, pure joy, and badass horror. This made zombies cool again. I highly recommend Dawn of the Dead. Friday the 13th, 2009. Pretty good. I like it still after all this time. It is definitely one of my favorite Jason movies. It is not better than the classics, so don't get mad at me for that. I do think it's not as good as Jason Lives or The Final Chapter, but it definitely did Jason justice. Easily one of Platinum Dunes' best remakes. Piranha 3D, kick-ass creature feature, plenty of fun in the sun, hot chicks, hotter kills, very fun use of the creatures, even Christopher Lloyd's in it. Can't go wrong with that. Highly recommend Piranha 3D. Godzilla -1, a horror remake that actually transcended to epic masterpiece. Godzilla -1 is awesome. I highly recommend watching this one. It is surprisingly deep and profound and emotional for a dumb kaiju movie. Brendan Fraser's The Mummy, underrated, kick-ass action, kick-ass mummies, kick-ass monster fights, and a very fun plot. Rachel Weisz, one of my favorite final girls easily. I highly recommend The Mummy as a dumb fun Universal Monsters adventure. Red Dragon, one of the best Hannibal Lecter movies ever. I've talked about in great detail on an official video, but yeah, I still agree. Red Dragon kicks ass, my second favorite of the remakes. And top dog is John Carpenter's The Thing. Not only one of the best remakes, one of the best horror movies, period. It is awesome. The Thing is definitely a happening thing, and I highly recommend it. So, yeah, that pretty much completes our horror remakes. Here's all the best, here's all the bad, and here's all the never seen, which is a lot, yeah. So, thank you for joining us here on the stream. I know it was long, but I'm really grateful you guys stuck by me for this long, and I hope you had fun. Hope you appreciate some of these horror remakes a lot more, and feel validated at what ended up in the trash. So, remember to like, comment, share, and subscribe, or just tune in for more videos posted here on Wolf Entertainment. I'm your host, Catastrophe, and I hope to make another new video for you next time. Take care.